Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Well, there we go. I was going to say, Cameron didn't come on there for a second. Hey, welcome everyone. Everyone's having an awesome evening or day or morning or whatever it is for where you're at. I've been having a good day today. It's got a bunch of work done. You never finish everything you actually want to get done, but still, did actually get a bunch done. Always good to see. So we're gonna move right into code. I don't really have much as far as news or anything. I didn't really get a chance to read any news. Let's switch right over to code, and what we're working on Wednesday, we were kind of getting this worked out. The on-chat command received, right? So just getting that at the very beginning of that to start being able to do something. And so, the goal is to start getting this to work with at least with initial simple commands, like the shout out. It's just doing a simple replace, actually one variable getting replaced multiple times. So nothing really that complicated. So that's where we're gonna start with. So let's see here. Actually, I was looking at this a little bit after the stream. This is essentially what I need to do. So there's really not a whole lot to it. So let's see here. Let's just, not bot. Here we go. So now, and eventually we're going to do a whole lot more than this, right? This is at least a good start, right? So something similar to this. So this will be, well, first we'll need to get the generics going on there, but then we'll, let's see. Command arguments is actually a good name for that. Now, what I'm going to do instead of here, this will be new. Actually, I don't even need to do that. What I need to do, I just realized this. This is actually this is because this is my cheat, right? This is actually, oops. Because I was verifying something did what I thought it would do. So we have E, it's going to be command dot, we have arguments as string, arguments is list, this is what I was looking for, which returns me a list of string, right? So what I actually will be able to do is, what was it? It's stream. Let's see here. Oh yeah. This is gonna be like this. All right, so we're gonna be able to say something like this. Twitch client. Oh, I need actually to retrieve this. Okay. All right, now that I have all my code that helped me, write this, now I can write this. So we're in here. We're gonna check that. What am I doing here? The check command is null. Oh, okay. That's getting the check command. All right. Oh, okay. This is what I was about to get. We already have it. Here is the chat command based upon the command argument that's sent in. So now, all we're gonna do is Twitch client. Where is the Twitch client? Do I not have? Yeah, I do. For some reason, we don't have this name correctly. So we're gonna do Twitch client dot send message. This will be the channel name. Actually, we will do E dot command, I believe I would have thought that the chat command was in there, or the chat. I wonder if it's the chat message. It's the bot username. Actually, that's probably what I want. And then our message. So that sends us who's to send it from. Then we're going to do our message. So the message will be, in this one, we're going to do very simple. Okay, string.format. And then we're going to have the chat command. Dot response. And then we can send in the list, right? So we have this list. This is going to be the command arguments is list. I'm not really sure what the dry run does. That's kind of interesting. That's really all we should need to do. All right. So that should be able to take we should be able to say something like, command so, and then maybe code with Sean. I don't actually have to capitalize it when I do that, but so I would call that, so here, this is going to go find that SO. It's then going to grab this chat command. And then we're going to see that it's not null. And then here, now we're going to have to do, this is kind of like the last thing we would do, right? But we're going to end up having some more replacements because you could have other variables you can put in here. But for right now, this is just numeraled, this is the chat command dot whatchamacallit. Response, yeah. That is going to equal this, it's going to say, be sure to check out zero at, actually, I don't need this, at, that's Stream Elements does that, but we're not going to use that $sign. All right, we're going to take that, and then here, this format, well, basically it's a zero base, right? So it'll take every zero to take the first command, or the first item in the list, and so forth, right? All right, so this actually might be pretty darn easy. So let's first, let me get to the portal first before I make sure I get to a safe place. Let's see here. This is going to be another time where we've got a lot of data sitting there right now. Because that testing we were doing Wednesday. So let's go ahead and remember that we got to create chat commands and chat command aliases, right? And let me delete these. We need to wait about 30-45 seconds. And then we can recreate those, and then we'll put the data we really want in there instead of all that test data we were, when we were trying to see, what kind of performance it was to do things. And as we were, testing that, this logic that we wrote here, right? All right, let's see here. Let's see if that was long enough. That was long enough. All right. Okay. So now let's go into Storage Explorer. And let's go to tables, chat command. And then here we can add a value. So this is going to be bricks with Chad. This is going to be the row key is SO. And I don't remember all the properties we're adding in here. Let's see here. Actually, tell you what. Make sure it gets created correctly. Let's actually go ahead and create it. So let's just copy that out. Or run that out. So we'll do here, just copy that. Work with Chad. The command is going to be SO. Shout out is going to be that's the name of the command. You have to be at least a moderator to do it. Be sure. Okay, yeah. So there's our message. So we're going to take out these. Oops. Those dollar signs. We're gonna well, we're not checking this right now. We need to. So we're gonna set that to true right now, and then then we'll well, actually no, that's good. That'll be a good one once we get to that point. User cooldown, global cooldown, we've got to set to zeros, and then we're gonna add now all we're gonna have in here, we'll have one alternate, and that will be shout out. Okay, so that'll save that command. All right, tell you what, let's go ahead and get rid of all of this. And I'm not gonna get rid of those just yet, but all right. So we'll do that, and then, well, okay, let's just run it with that. Just to get that in there. And I'm doing it this way instead of manually writing it, just so that I can, see it actually working, right? Or I not that I can see it working. Well, one, we got an error, which is interesting. Hold on a second, I was actually taking that moment to reset something on my screen here. All right, why are we getting here? Service request failed, 404, table not found. See, that's why let's see here. What is going on here? I think this is supposed to be chat commands, isn't it? Yeah, it's supposed to be chat commands. That's the reason why. I'm just curious. It should have broke right there. Yeah. All right, no problem. Go ahead and delete this. You can't rename them, or at least I've never seen a way to rename them. Let's put it that way. Chat commands. Okay. At least this time we didn't have to wait the 45 seconds. All right. All right, there we go. We didn't have any message coming to the screen, but now we should be able to go to the Store Explorer just to validate that it's there. So here's our chat command. All right, and that all looks good. Okay, and again, I've got not enabled when not streaming and is enabled when streaming. We're not checking that yet, but that'll be, we'll be getting to that point. And sure enough, we got that alias. All right. tied to the shout out. Oh, okay, no, tied to SO. Shout out is the alternate command. All right. So now comment that out. If I hit the right key. And then what is it? What is this? Oh. Okay. No, this is fine. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do. Yes. So we're going to run that command. All right. So there we go. We're connected. Oh, apparently I have logging turned on. That's fine. Actually, that's good because I don't have any other messages coming out at the moment. I just now realized that. All right. So we'll open up Opera because that's what I've been using to connect to the Bricks with Chad channel. So Twitch. So Chad. And then we're going to find our chat. Okay. Apparently you open up. I'm pretty sure I went to chat. Where's my chat window? Okay. Chat. Weird. Why am I not seeing... What happened to... Where's my chat window? This is just so weird. What? Oh, here it is. There we go. All right. Weird. Oh, you know what? It's because if I go far enough over, now I see. Responsive design is actually going against me at the moment. All right. So we're gonna do a shout out. We'll do Code with Sean. And well, that's obviously not what we're looking for. It returned yeah, it did return something, but that's definitely not what we were looking for. So let's see what's going on there. String format. Let's put a breakpoint right there. Come on. Oh, you know what? I know what it is. I know what it is. And it helps if I look at what I did before. I have to, it's not, it wants a, it's an array, that command there, or that argument. Not accepting a INormal, it's accepting an array. So now, if we do that, there we go. Be sure to check out Code with Sean at twitch.com. Was that me or was that a bit slow? Okay, maybe it was just maybe it was also first time initialization. Who knows? All right, there we go. So that's the basics. I mean, we can do a very simple command at this point. It's not following all the rules yet. We want to be able to, like stream is not on stream, right? So it shouldn't have allowed it to go forward and that type of stuff, right? But step by step, right? Okay, we can get rid of all this. And actually, before we get to that, let's do the other thing we want to do. We want actually, just like we had these, these event handlers for the other stuff, we also want one for here, right? So, I don't know why I did that. It's still. Oh. There we go. That's what I was trying to get to. All right, so we're gonna add. Oops, what did I just click on? Okay. Apparently I did I don't know what I clicked on. Well, I guess I did run test, which there's no testing here right now. Probably should add some tests. That would probably be a good thing. All right, we're gonna add a class. And you know what? I did that. Let's see here. We're gonna do, because I want to give it different names, right? I want to make sure that I don't clash with the Twitch lib. So let's call this on chat command. Let's just do on command received. All right. Test 1, count backwards from 100 by 13s. Oh. Sure, we could do that, but this is not this isn't one of those code challenges. All right, so we're gonna do that, and we're I was actually looking at this so I can remember what I need to do here. Yeah, okay. We're gonna have event args. All right, it's gonna inherit from that class. And then probably very similar. We're probably gonna receive this, I would think. So on chat command received. Make this a public. Actually, make this a public. And then we're going to receive. Sure. Yeah. So on chat command. What was the name of this other one? Oh, we're here. On chat command received. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong here. Let's try this again. So this is gonna be public on command received arguments, and then on here we're gonna receive this on chat command received args. We're gonna get those in there, and then let's see what's in here. Try that and see what's in here. So we've got the command. So in here, the command has these are, here we go. These are the ones I care about. Let's see here. Probably yeah, let's see here. What is this chat? okay, so this chat command has a lot of stuff. No, see, I don't think we need all of this, right? Well, I say that. Probably could be good to have that in there. So, all right, so we'll have it send that back to. But I'm not going to need. I know I'm not going to need this command identifier. I'm not doing anything with that. Okay, we'll do it just like that. And then, so we'll send back, so we'll change this to arguments is list equals on chat command, argument, command, arguments is list, arguments as string equals on chat command, arguments as string, chat messages, chat message equals on chat command, chat message, and then command text equals, and actually I'm thinking more about this. Well, okay, I'm gonna probably pull some of this out. It's like command text, I don't know if I'm really gonna need, because, well, might be good to have what they have in there. All right, so equals on chat command, arguments command.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Charlie Dime. Thank you for following. I really do appreciate that. Welcome to the TaleLearnCode community. All right, there we got the command. Now, the other thing I want to have this send in is this. We're going to actually have it send in the chat command. All right. Because that would make sense to have. It would also help if I put it in here. Chat command. Okay. So something like that. All right. So now go back to Whopper. Hey, Bunny Tech Gal. I did get your email earlier today, but I haven't actually had a chance to grok it yet. But I did see it come in. I am a Microsoft guy in the sense that I do Microsoft development. I do not work for Microsoft. Okay. All right. So that will. So now, okay. Now we want to do. And we add our event handler. You know. So this is this is what we can actually then attach to on our client of this class. So this is going to be an event handler for ZF. Hold on one second. Let me type this real quick. This is going to be on command received. So all right. So we're working on. So sure enough, I have. Well, the basis of this is I have a. I actually have another Twitch channel that I do Lego builds. And actually, I'll be on there tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. And so and I have a couple of unique things that I want, as I'm building up that channel, right? Because it's a newer channel, I'm still building out. I don't even have the graphics yet. I'm still, but we are streaming already. And one of the things I wanted was ability to say, like, I drop bricks off my desk, right off my table, and I wanted a command that would keep count of that, along with like oofs, right, some mistakes that I make, and it tracked that by the project. So if I'm building, like right now, I've been building the Taj Mahal in Lego form, so I want to track those as I go, right? How many bricks did I drop across the whole project, and that type of stuff, right? That's how this started, right? So this is a Twitch bot. But then I kind of decided to do a little bit more with this, right? To kind of build out a full-blown Twitch bot. And there's a couple of reasons for doing this. One, because I want to also do some stuff with controlling OBS, right? I'm gonna, based upon something that happens in the stream, I can have OBS do, like show something, in particular, or zoom in and out of things. So I want to do stuff like that. But also, like, some of this is going in Azure, right? So I'm also using this as another demonstration of things you can do with different tools in Azure, right? And, which means I can then turn them into, presentations, right? So I'm planning on working a presentation based one, or actually I think I may have multiple presentations based upon this project that I'm working on here. So in a nutshell, that's what we're working on here. But at the moment, we're working on how the commands get received. All right, that's actually what this code here is doing. It's receiving that command. Now, right now, it's just doing very simple replacement. So you just have variables in there, and you replace it. The handler, right? Sorry, I was just noticing something. All right, but all right. So now we're going to say on command received. All right, so that's going to be, there you go. There's our cool. Thank you. So there's going to be our event handler, right? So then we'll look at this. So we'll say raised when the bot receives a chat command. Okay. So there we'll have that. And now we'll need our invoke. Now, sure enough, I was looking at someone else's code and I liked what they did. Actually, I think it's TwitchLib maybe. And I've been looking at several other libraries. So I did, raise on bot connected. But what this other library did, and I really like this, I'm going to change this to invoke. That should be a private. Invoke, not invoice. Invoke on command received. Right, and then this will receive the on command. No, this is going to receive we're going to receive an on chat command, received args, and we also need the chat command. Okay, and then yeah, so then we're going to do, oops. On command receive dot invoke this, and a new on command received args, and we're going to send in the on chat command and then the chat command. So those are arguments we need to send in. There you go. So that's all we need for the invoke. All right. And then what we can do is, yeah, I just saw something else we should add in here, into this event handler. And let's actually fix that before we actually invoke this thing. So let's go back to here. And we're going to want response Let me actually create the property here. Public response message. So what did we actually respond? Not HTTP. Oh, this should be a string. Sorry. And I actually call it returned message. So return message equals return message, and then we'll add that right here. And then here we need to add that in here. So string returned message, and then add that here. Return message. Okay, and then.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Bystander Psycho. Hey, thank you for following. That's an awesome name. I like that name. It reminds me of the old saying of, work on your code as if the next person who's going to check out your code is a homicidal maniac, right? Yeah. All right. So for this return message, I just realized I need to do this a little bit differently. So that's actually, what we'll do.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hacks origin pirate. Trying to think if there's a better way to read that. No, hacks origin pirate. Hey, pirate, how you doing? So sure enough, hacks origin pirate. Bystander Psycho. How y'all doing? It's lead for hack. Well, of course, it's lead for hacking. The hacking pirate. That makes more sense. I knew I wasn't reading it right. Awesome. Good to hear that you're doing well, Psycho, and in pirate. Trying to learn code. That's kind of like the goal of every day of my life, right? Is trying to learn code. I mean, that's part of the whole thing, right? I mean, writing code is a lifelong learning thing, right? Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. I mean, I do try. I mean, even when I'm doing event handling. Event handling is not necessarily, it's not hard, right? But it's not necessarily beginner level coding. That's why I'm trying to talk it through more. I mean, one, it helps me. I gotta admit, here's the thing. I was thinking about this earlier today as I was working on something, and I was doing something. I realized I kind of, and I don't even remember what it was, but I remember when I was writing it out there. Yes, the chat full of rubber ducks exactly. But on top of it, like I said, I was writing some code earlier today, and I was doing something that if you talked to me a year ago, I would never have done, right? But having folks on chat say, hey, why don't you do this, or why didn't you do that? And like I said, I don't even remember what it was, but I remember having that thought earlier today, how, my coding, my just general coding has gotten better because I'm constantly having a peer review, which is, really awesome. All right. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to change this a little bit, and we're going to say, I'm going to copy that. Started studying cybersecurity as well as programming. Arduino Book of Light, let me tell you what, it's so exciting when you get that light blinking, isn't it? Right? About 4 years ago, I was working on a project. We were using Arduinos, right? So I was building. We needed a little bit hard to explain, but basically a rack that would test someone's reach capability, right? So the whole idea, you had this bar in your hand, and you would actually kind of reach out and feel how far you could reach, right? And You know, the way how they were doing it, they literally had a PVC pipe and they attached a marker at the end, like a plexiglass, and they would do the whole reaching around, and then they would measure several points of the arc. All right, we were trying to automate that, right? And so we were using Arduino sensors. Basically, we were doing ultrasound measurements, and like I say, getting that light to blink. When I was first learning how to do the Arduino stuff, I remember how exciting that was. It was also really exciting to start then when I've seen measurements come in, right? Little gains, right? All right. So what am I doing here? It's still going to be in this statement. So we're going to have bar. We're going to have a response message equals. Like I said, right now it's just going to do as simple as that. We'll be adding more to this, but this is just the very beginning of this. And then here, we don't need to do this again. Yeah. Response message. All right. Now, the reason why I did all that, I mean, one, I kind of needed that anyway, especially once I get to probably the next step here. But, one of the things we want to do here is done the Larson effect many times. Start with flip-flop chips, Motorola. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I haven't done anything since that project, right? And that would have been, well, it's not 2 years ago that I left that project, but not yet, at least. February, it'll be 2 years. But it was a fun project. But now I was doing something else that was fun, right? But now I'm on a really fun project. I'm having a lot of fun, and actually I can't talk about some of it yet because it's corporate stuff that some really big changes coming that have really got me excited. I mean, funny thing, when I took the job, I already knew more than others knew, but yesterday there was a meeting with department heads, right? And it was like, okay, here's what's happening, right? Here's this big change coming. To grant you, like I said, it was funny for me. It was like, that's why I joined the company, but it was so exciting to hear all that stuff, right? Hopefully about a month from now, be able to talk more about that, because at that point it's gonna be very, very public, right? But all right, now we're gonna invoke this message. Yeah, and I'm only gonna, at least for the moment, I'm only gonna invoke it if it's a valid chat command. I might do something different, right? But right now we're just gonna invoke it if it's a valid chat command. So invoke, or maybe call a different one. Maybe have a different. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to call this method here. Invoke on command received, and now we'll send in those stuff. So we're going to send in E, and then we're going to send the chat command, and we're going to send in response message. Okay. So now that we have that, what we can do, go back to our, again, this is just this console app. I'm just using it for testing purposes, right? Just to test some things here, which is why you see a lot of code commented out and everything. So it's basically a test bed. I really probably should put some of this into unit test, although admittedly some of the stuff I'm testing with doesn't really work with unit test. All right, so we're going here. Let's set this to false. I'm gonna get all those log messages, and then we're gonna have, okay, now, so we have this we have this right here, on command received. All right, so this is an event handler. So think of like 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 an on button click, and those are event handlers, right? We're just making our own, right? So what I'm gonna do in here, here's where I'm gonna consume it, right? So I have my Whopper class, and I'm gonna say on command received, and I'm gonna add this, and this is basically adding this delegate in here. So we'll call it Whopper on chat command received. And I don't have to call it that. That is by convention what you do, right? So I can call it whatever I want. And then I'm going to generate that message or that method. And now here, all we're going to do, we're just going to do something very simple. We'll do yeah, something like this. I was looking at the console helper. Try this again. Console helper. One more time. Helper. Print text console. And we'll start off with. We'll start off with the. Here, I can just copy this. I'm going to do something very similar to that. But instead of blue, we'll make this, let's make this green. That's interesting. Yeah, we don't have that. That is not something in there, which is fine. We'll just do date time UTC now. And because this is string interpolation, I don't have to say toString or any of that type of stuff. It'll do it for me automatically. All right. And that's what this, that's what the $sign states, right? And then I can add those in there. Although I'm not really doing anything, so actually it is, yes, it is a temperate little. Now, I was just noticing I'm not really doing anything with it. Here, I can add my space in there, I guess. Oh, no, I know what I was doing. Because I was putting this in brackets. And I left my other bracket out. All right, so there, we're going to print the time. Print a space. I don't know why I'm doing it separately, but I am. Then we're going to, then this print. We'll do E. And now this is in, and this is why I might change the way how this is done right now. This is in chat, chat command dot channel name. And we'll print this in another color. Let's print this in, why not cyan? I don't know. I'm not necessarily trying to build something pretty at this point. Some of this just to kind of see what I can do with it, right? And then we'll have one more in here. And this is all on the same line, but I'm doing different colors. And in here, then this will be, I don't need the interpolation. Well, no, I'm actually purposely doing this all in one line. And here, I'll take another step here. Hold on a second. Let me put this in here. I'm gonna do E dot return message. Okay. So, sure enough, and actually that's why you see it at the end. I actually write that. So this is actually these console helpers. These are something just a little helper I've got in here. And what this is doing is I can pass in the foreground color, pass in the message, the foreground color, and the background color. And actually those are optional. It'll change those for me, right? That's all this is doing, and change it back, right? Because console itself doesn't have that concept of in a single command, so I wrote my own, right? I actually probably should write that as an extension method. That would actually be a better way of doing that. So these are actually all of this. Let me just hide that. All of this actually is printing in one line, and we'll see that here in just a second because we're gonna test that now. So we've got that command in there. But now if we run this, Yeah, exactly. And I definitely have my what does he call them? Happy mistakes? No, he doesn't call them mistakes. He calls it something else. Oh, what is it he calls it? Bob Ross. Is it mistakes? Little accidents. I knew it was so, yeah. We don't make mistakes, we make happy little accidents. I definitely make a lot of happy little accidents. All right, so there we got the command running. I turned off all that logging, so we're not getting all that logging. Just to keep the window cleaner. And now, there we go. Now we'll just type in here. We'll do shout out to my faithful mod here, Code with Sean. There, we're gonna call the shout out. There, so it happened there. So that's returned there, and then more importantly, we did there. I forgot to change the color. That's why I did that. I didn't mean for that to be, but that was the point. The bigger point was that it returned a message, right? And I can do whatever I want with that, right? Right here, I'm just printing a message. I'm planning on doing. I could put it in a function, but yeah. So right now, this is just reading this. Actually, we could do this because I'm just gonna do that white. We can just do console.write. Actually, put it all in here. Return message, and then we can do our new line right there. There we go. Make that a little bit simpler. All right. And I know that's gonna work. So I can move on to the next piece, and then we'll see that here in a moment. All right, so there we go. So we've got that. Now we want to start looking. There's a couple of rules in here, right, on the chat command. So there's, and there's a couple things we want to look at. So let me just close a couple of these things. Down any of those. So if we look at, and not to, let me write my quick documentation here. So this is going to invoke the see on command received event. I'm actually not gonna. Well, there is no returns. I'm not gonna actually fill that out right now. I should, but I have a feeling it's gonna change some as we go through this process. All right, so if we look at chat command, there's a couple things in here, a couple rules that we deal with, right? So we've got the response working, and again, that is the response working on a very initial piece, right? Just handling very simple stuff. We're gonna add in, people add variables like, hey Jack, how you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. So for example, like I could have a follow age command, right? Where I do like you don't see me typing right now because like I can see, Jack has been following for 2 months, 20 days. Wow, Jack, you're getting close to 3 months following. Awesome. But I want something like that, right? And in there, right? We get the like the 2 months, 20 days. I'll need to make another API call to do that, right? So we want to be able to handle that type of stuff, right? But what I want to handle right now is this is enabled when streaming, is enabled when not streaming. Command response type. Actually, we could start doing, well, I don't have the timer going yet, but I want to handle these things right before I start adding all the complexity of those variables and everything. I want to handle all these other things to keep this simple and then go back in and, have it do something more complicated, right? Like all those other commands we're going to do. So, especially because, like I said, there really is not a great way to unit test this. At least not, I think, because it will definitely be a unit test. It would be a integration test, because I would be connecting. I would be, that type of stuff. Which means I have to do a lot of manual testing for this, which is why I'm doing step by step. So let's have a command response type, right? So what this takes in, or what this has, is three. So we have a say, a reply, and a whisper. So we technically did say, although we didn't check anything yet, but that was what we did. This is just it responds it back in chat. Let's handle the reply and the whisper. So the reply will reply it back to the user that sent in the message, and a whisper will whisper it to the user, right? So if you ever had a big and you had a dream, ever had a big problem and a dream fixed it? Yeah, actually I have. Although admittedly, the funny part is it's my morning showers is where I seem to have enlightenment. I don't know what it is, but I know it is not unusual to see me. Now you won't see me, right? It's not unusual for my wife to see me leave the shower, finish up my shower and go straight to a notepad, and which is why I keep a notepad in my bedroom, and write some notes, because things that came in my head while I was soaking up the hot steam of the shower. That's what I said. You won't see me. Yes. All right. So like I said, we're going to handle this command response type, right? So with that, put some space in here. You had a dream about a bug and you fixed it. Awesome. That is awesome. More toilet runs when you, yeah. I had it was a mistype. Well, that's part of the thing, right? Your brain doesn't shut off, right? When you leave it, right? And really, Jack, that is actually a really good point. People will get stuck on something, and they'll just keep on grinding on it, right? And that's why when I see this in developers, I tell them, hey, take a break. Work on something else, or go take a break, right? Because the mind doesn't really stop thinking about it, even if you don't stop. Your brain never starts. Yeah, well, I would agree with that, Sean. But no, in all seriousness, right? So that taking that break actually does help, right? That's awesome, though. Really great to hear. I know you too well. Sure enough, and that reminds me, actually, I got an email a little bit earlier on the stream, which reminded me of something. Just to point out a couple things, apparently ignore the latest news in there, but I wanted to point out a couple things here. Yeah, I am going to take 5 here. Sure enough, do a couple of quick promotions here. So next week there's some really good user group talks, right? So you have any interest in Blazor and want to know more than just how does Blazor work, like how can we architect Blazor, how can we use it, right, in the applications we're building. Now I highly recommend you check this one out. This will be, let me paste that right here. So this is Blazor Architecture Patterns. It's going to be the Louisville.NET meetup next Thursday, so December 17th. 7 p.m. Eastern time. All right. And Jeffrey Pomero will be our speaker. And sure enough, that will be here on this channel, right? Or you can actually join us. You can see the Zoom link. You join us on Zoom, right? And when you join us on Zoom, you can join directly into the conversation. Along with, we keep the things going after presentation. We actually disconnect from Zoom. I'm sorry, not from Zoom, but from Twitch, and keep it a social activity, right? So you still can get connected with folks. So definitely want to point that one out. Along with that, you see me joking with Code with Sean, but sure enough, John runs the Tulsa group, and I say this, I was speaking at the exact same time, but not at the Tulsa group. But Tuesday at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, so 7:15 Eastern Time. John's gonna have Richard Campbell, right, from .NET Rocks, and talking about basically what to look ahead, what to look for, going forward, right, into next year. And I'm really bummed. I'll definitely be watching the replay of this one. Be bummed that I won't be able to attend this. Definitely, I would definitely highly recommend you attend this. Now, with that being said, I am saying that, and I'm speaking at the exact same time, which is why I can't be there, right? So if you have interest, it's funny. We were doing event-driven coding just a moment ago. That event firing that I was able to then, print a message out, right? I'm going to be talking about event-driven architecture, which is a little bit different, right? It's the same concepts, right? But the whole idea of events coming in, I can handle those events, different parts of my architecture can handle those events, right? Kind of it's funny, this talk is pure architecture, right? Which would make it sound like it's you got to be an expert to become, but I built this to be useful to experts, people who've been building, who architect systems, but also to people who are new into cloud development, that type of stuff, to get ideas of what you can and cannot, not so much what you cannot do, but what you can do, with using some different tools and so forth. So definitely like a couple presentations next week. Highly recommend.
Thank you for
check
following.
these out.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Johnson Eric. I'm going to assume you're Eric. I'm assuming your number. It's actually funny. It looks like you took the name and reversed it, right? Couldn't get Eric. Normally it would be like Eric Johnson, like 0216, because that was the number you can get. I think you took it a step further and reversed the order. Or maybe it's just me. I don't know. But again, I'm assuming Eric. Eric, thank you so much for following. I really do appreciate that. All right. Back to what we're working on. All right. So now, with this chat command, we're gonna have a switch statement here. And we're gonna switch on chat command. Whoops. Chat command dot command response type, and then we're gonna have case apply. I'll also add some code in here in a second. Say and case whisper. And I'm actually gonna move say to the first number, even though I took it out of alphabetical order. Although look, it does provide a nice little diagonal line going across, which is nice. But actually say, really I put this in the order of what is most likely going to happen, right? It's most likely going to be a say. There's a chance it could be a reply, and every once in a while it might be a whisper, right? Actually, I really think these whispers are going to be some future stuff. You know, like for example, you know, so every 100 followers, we do stickers, right? It's one of my ways to give back to the community. You know, is sending a sticker. You know, so we do raffles for stickers at every 100 followers. And you know, one of the things that would be nice is when I do that, we have a wheel that spins, and then I actually have to take a moment from the stream. Although I probably could have John do this for me, but at any rate, I take a moment from the stream to whisper a link to the winners, right? Because I usually give out more than one. That then allows them to, you know, fill out a form, tell me their address, you know, where to send those stickers to, right? But hey, it'd be really cool if I could have a command that would then, you know, that would whisper, you know, directly to that person, right? So you know, so there is some use for that, right? But that's like, you know, one of the few uses, at least so far I've thought about that. All right, and then really we could just take this right here and put that right there. So it's as simple as that. All right. Now, part of what I'm doing here also is to kind of test stuff in here, because I'm kind of curious how exactly this is working and making sure it is working the way I really want it to. For a second, it sounded like Ghostbusters. Got a little bit of that riff to it. The song in the background here. So one of the things I've been kind of curious here, not in aliases, chat commands. If we look at this command response type, it is actually a string, and I'm not sure that's going to work right. I'm not sure how it's going to return. Let's take a look at that. All right, so I'm actually going to put a breakpoint right there so that I can actually see what's happening. And with it being said, well, okay, we'll see that here in a sec. Well, yeah, oh, we can type right here. Yeah, say is 0. So might be a little hard to see what this is doing. All right, let's see here. So again, we'll do another shout out. We'll just shout out this channel here. Now, sure enough, it is say, which is awesome. All right, so that should do what we expected to do, and we should see our message here.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Aphomet. Aphomet. Thank you for following. I'm probably butchering that name. All right, let's see something here. Let's change this, which means it won't actually do anything, but let's change this to whisper. Because I have a feeling when I get to that breakpoint, it's going to be say. All right. Now I can actually put anything in here. It doesn't really matter. No, it is whisper. Okay, cool. Well, there we go. All right, I wanted to verify that that is working the way how I wanted it to work. And I really should do this a little bit better way. All right, let's go back to, change this back to save for now. Update this. Actually, I don't know why I did that though. What I really need to do is just go in here. Now, so now on reply, let's see here. I don't think, is there a reply? Reply last whisper. Okay, there is. So I assume we still do a send message, and in here, still gonna be chat message bot username, and then this is gonna be in here. We're going to do @, and then it's going to be E command chat message dot user name. And then the response message. There we go. And here we can go ahead and put in this code because I think it's going to be Twitch client Whisper, hopefully. Send Whisper. There we go. And then E command chat. Oh, hold on. Actually, it helps if I pay attention here. This has the receiver. So I'm going to assume we're going to say here E command chat message. Now it is a string, so I'm going to pass in username. Probably actually would be better sending the user ID, I bet. But let's see if that works. Then we're going to have our message. So this will be response message. And that's everything. Now I'm going to check one more thing here. Twitch client dot send. There's a send raw. I don't know what that does differently. Send queued item, send message. All right. I just want to see if there was something different for like a send reply, but it doesn't look like it, but that's fine. So I think that should do what we want to do. So let's go back in here. Let's change this to, well, we'll start with, let's say, hold on. We'll do this 3 times. All right, so we'll run this. That up there. Bring this in here, and we'll do a SO. Again, it doesn't matter what I type in here. Just need something in here. Actually, don't need this breakpoint at this point. And run that. So it's there, and it's right there. All right. Okay, so that works. So now we'll change this to reply. And then this should do basically the same thing, but basically it should add the person's name, right? Which will be Bricks with Chad, because that's the one I'm connected to right now. Here, I'll call out Copalooza, which is actually channel, but we don't ever do anything in there. And there we go. There we go. Bricks with Chad. Be sure to check out Copalooza. All right, so that's what I was looking for. Interesting. I probably should change that on the response message, which would then actually make it a little bit easier, wouldn't it? So, all right, so we'll make that change. So let's see everything before we make the change. So the last thing we want to test is Whisper. So go back in here and say Whisper. Update this. And now I'll go into a different, this is, I don't know if you can whisper to yourself. So I'll just go in from here. We'll say, no, Twitch, Bricks with Chad. What did I? There we go. See if just a second, I'll show you. Oh, let me test this, and then I'll show you exactly where the because then I'll show you 2 different places that you want to look at. All right, pause that. Now let's go to this chat. Now I'm logged in as TaleLearnCode, and so who may or may not be a mod. I might not be a mod. Let's see here. Mod TaleLearnCode. I am now. Okay, I probably wasn't a mod before. Now we'll do a this, and we'll, you know, just Twitch. Okay. So I don't see the whisper coming up. I definitely see a response coming up, which is a good thing. It's here, but I definitely don't have. Huh. All right, so well, let's look at that. All right, so ZF was asking, where can you find the Twitch API documentation, right? You know, so this question here, where can I find the Twitch API? So a couple places, a couple things to look at. Number one is the Twitch documentation, the official documentation. So we can go to develop dev.twitch, and actually I kind of went further down. You go to the dev account, and I'll give a link here in just a second. And then sure enough, what you want to look is like the docs, and then usually I look right at, you know, Twitch API, right? And you can read a bunch of documentation, tells you how to get connected and everything. And then the main thing you want to look at then is the reference documents, right? So one, I would say this, right? That is the official documentation, right? And we can see all these different methods. Now, this is not exactly what I'm looking at right now, right? So, although that documentation is still very useful, but if we go to GitHub, and it's TwitchLib is the library I'm using. There we go. Here's TwitchLib. This is the library I'm using, all right? And in particular at the moment, we are in the client, all right? So the thing that we're doing all our stuff through right now is, let's see, TwitchLib client, Twitch client, right? And here you can see all the, all the event handlers and methods, that we're actually working with right now. We'll be adding some more stuff. We'll be, looking at some other stuff here, hopefully tonight, to include like, we go to TwitchLib, back to the API itself, because I'll be looking at Helix. All right, this is where I can get like information about users. All right, because that'll be some of the stuff that I'll be needing. All right, because you can get I think this is where I want to go. Well, somewhere. Point is, we'll be looking at stuff like that here in a moment. All right, let's look at what's going on with this whisper here. What's that? We have a send whisper. You know what it is? I wonder, because I just noticed something in here. Go back to here. No, I don't have a whisper here either. Like I said, I would be surprised if you could send a whisper yourself. I'm noticing here. No, I'm sending this to the username. Let's see if we set this to user ID. I'm about to look at there's not great documentation here. Command will apply, reply to the request. Oh, it's a reply to the request in a whisper. Receiver. That should be the receiver. I'm going to change this back to user message or user name. I'm going to make sure that is what I think it is. Put a breakpoint right there. Let's see what's happening here. There, we're connected. Go back to. Gotta open up the right window here. Test 2. All right, so we're in Whisper. Username is TaleLearnCode. That's what I'm expecting. Response message is that. Test 2. Okay. And we're getting no errors. So supposedly that sent a whisper. But like I said, I don't see any whispers that I'm looking for. Any new whispers. Be sure, well, like I say, just be sure there wasn't like a page refresh problem. It's not that. Because I know I see whispers over my window over here. This is interesting. All right, let's do this. Instead of username, I have only a breakpoint here, because that's not really helping anything. Let's do user ID. See if that does something different. Both are a string, but I know Twitch really actually likes using that user ID. You know, the username is really an alias to the user ID, which makes sense, right? As while usernames are are unique at a time, they if you leave Twitch or whatever, right, you close your account, you can get reset, right? Hence the user IDs are important. Still not. And again, I'm assuming it says I sent the message. I'm still not seeing anything. Let's take a look. Let's look at. Go back here. Back to client. That is on the client, right? Yes. Let's see if we can see anything in the code. The client, send whisper. Okay. The receiver of the whisper, the message we sent. If true, the message will not actually be sent custom purpose. Actually, that's kind of nice. Not that we need it right here, but if initialized, handle not initialized. Okay, if it's a dry run. It's actually interesting. The dry run just gets out. All right, but outbound whisper message, receiver, connection credentials, Twitch username, message, send whisper, Twitch message, to string, whisper sent, invoke, new whisper arguments. Well, let's do this. Let's see if the Twitch client thinks that we sent a message. Let's do in our connect Twitch client on whisper. That was whisper received, right? On on whisper sent. Yeah, okay, that's what I had typed. On whisper sent plus equals Twitch client on whisper sent. All right, and then in here, let's do a console.writeLine whisper sent. And what do we have in here? Let's see what arguments we have. Username, receiver, message. Not really worried about those right now. Let's just see if that event gets fired. That. Whisper sent. Oh. All right, Sean. Well, this is interesting. It is saying it's sent to whisper, but I'm definitely not seeing that whisper. I wonder. Let's look at something here. I'm not probably going to be able to see something. Hold on a second. You look at a secret real quick. Checking. I'm actually trying to remember which account I created the. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to tell me. Okay, well, that doesn't really help me. Let me check one other thing real quick. Let's see here, I'm for this website I use to create my tokens. Can't show it because like it shows stuff like right away. Not the same. And I just so all it's showing me right at the moment, it's not actually showing the token. If I create the token, it'll show it. But it's showing the client ID, and I don't know how secret that is. I don't know if that's one of those things. It doesn't really matter or not. Whisper. I'm looking at. I wonder if I didn't. Although I should have got an error. I wonder if I didn't set. Because there is a whisper send whisper messages. All right. I wonder. All right, let's do something here. And again, I apologize for doing this stuff off screen, but this is my secrets, right, that I can't share. So let's do, I'm gonna create a new, pretty sure let me actually do this. Also in a not that. I'm going to take this over here. I'm going to make sure that I'm actually creating a token for Works with Chad. Because you can do a lot even without, although, yeah, let's just. I'm gonna give this all the permissions. Generate token. Sure, I'm on versus Chad. Authorize. I have to prove that I'm a human. All right, so I'm just copying this in. I'm just in case. Although the client ID is the same, so I have a feeling I just created a. I must. Okay. That's why I think I actually could show it with the client ID. I think that's I think it's a public accessible value. All right. So let's just see if that made a difference. I don't think this is. I don't think that was actually the problem. Applying to Google. You mean asking Google my problem, or applying to work at Google? Work at Google. I have not tried to apply at so ZF. I wouldn't be surprised by that, but I'm pretty sure. Let's verify that one more time before we. I thought we did change that. Yeah, I do have the user ID. All right. So no, I have not thought about applying at Google. No particular reason why I haven't, but admittedly, I would probably. Well, it's funny. You asked me a couple years ago. I said, I would love to work. Here's what I want. I don't know why I can't find the window. I probably want to work at Microsoft, but actually, I was talking to someone not too long ago about this, and now that I'm a Microsoft MVP, I don't know if I want to work for Google or for Microsoft, because I feel like I get some stuff that you don't get as a Microsoft employee. All right. It's definitely, again, the whisper saying sent. All right, well, let's do this. I mean, let's do Twitch lib send whisper. Actually, I'm kind of curious. This is an MSN story. Okay, this is not interesting. Okay, that's not what I was looking for, though. You can connect to a Twitch channel and send and receive chat messages, as well as send and receive whisper messages. Yes. But what I'm confused about, yes, CF. And just kind of confused as to what am I... what do you think about the Colton? Admittedly, I don't know. Let's see here. Must include the user ID enrolled fields documented in EX internal, for example. So, and that's, I think that's what I have. So, all right. So, looking at this board, admittedly, I couldn't I can't really speak too much about motherboards. I mean, the gigabytes are, I know they're decent boards. I gotta admit, I'm really not the one to answer that. Well, I mean, last time I looked at motherboards was what, 6 months ago when I bought a new computer, but I looked at it long enough to, say, okay, that looks good enough, right? Although I didn't look at it well enough because the motherboard I got does not have what I needed. So sure enough, here, let me. So to ZF's point, and ZF, I think I don't think you're off, but I also don't know. Let's see, this was Twitch. Having issues getting info, yeah. Hold on a second. What is this website did I go to? Twitch token generator. Well, it's not bad to ask questions here. I mean, because maybe someone else will see that here in a moment and answer it. But like I say, I'm just not. Okay, so what I was going to say. So here is the website I'm generating my tokens with, right? Which is, oops, well, again, I think the client ID is okay. There's no, I think that doesn't matter. But at any rate, and I was noticing here, let's see, if you were pointing out, include the expire user ID and role fields. I mean, I'm assuming that's doing all this in here. That's interesting. Now, sure enough, I mean, what I did check, yeah, here's the whispers read and whispers edit. All right, so and what I did the select all. So I just turned on everything. All right. So I should have I should have access to everything that the Works with Chad has access to. So while I definitely don't think, I have a feeling you're kind of somewhere on that right path. Let's see, what is this saying here? Attempt to set up a bot. Noticing that if a user hasn't whispered the bot yet, the whispers are blocked. There's no message back to the bot. Oh. Log in the bot's account and adjust the settings. Block whispers from people you don't know. Well, I'm not. Well, I mean, this sounds a little bit crazy, but all right, let's try this. If I send a whisper, although if this is the problem, that this can't be the problem. There's got to be something else in here. All right, so now if I go over to here. Sure enough, there's the whisper I just sent. Let's see if that does something. And I didn't read through the rest of the comments in here, but I can't really imagine that's the problem. Because, like, for example, I was talking about how the whole, when I do raffles, I could use this to whisper. Well, no, because he does that manually. I was gonna say, someone I got the idea from someone else.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, 0 day 99. All right, so let's just see what happens here. If this is the case, this is gonna be kind of weird. Okay, yeah, we're still not getting the whisper back. I should see it right here. Now this is oh well, hold on. Although I should. Yeah, well, I love how I'm showing my email address, but that's fine. Well, these are actually on pretty. I'm not blocking whispers from. I am in myself, right? Yeah, TaleLearnCode. So sure enough, I'm not blocking whispers. And it is someone I follow. You're off to not yourself. At least I believe TaleLearnCode is following Works with Chad. Yeah. You know, you got to follow yourself, you know. Block incoming gift subscriptions. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting. You know, every once in a while, you know, I'll be watching stuff and I'll leave, you know, I'll leave the computer, but I'm still signed into someone's account, or, you know, still watching someone. And then, you know, several raids, you know, might be 12 hours. I come back to the computer and you know, it's gone through several raids, and I'll see like gift subscriptions from channels I was never at. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting, right? You can turn that off. Hide progressive gifter badge and gifts given count. Hide subscription status and chat viewer card. Hide founder badge. Why would you want to hide your founder badge? You're telling people, you know, I don't know. I guess there could be some reasons. Here you can see all the people that Sean has blocked. I like it. Last time you followed yourself, you got were lost. All right, I tell you what. I'm gonna look just a little bit more. Like I say, this is something I do have one use that I definitely want to use this for. A bot should never initiate the whisper conversation. Bot should reply to command the same medium. Okay, well, dude, that's a pretty hard stance on it. Okay, this has just gone into a philosophical argument as to whether bots should respond in whisper. Which, I gotta admit, I don't completely disagree, but like I said, I think I know of a case that makes sense. You know, like in my set, you know, like the one I know I want to do, which is not what I'm testing right now, but I said I know I want to be able to, you know, when I do a raffle and someone wins, I want to whisper, you know, the address. Obviously, I don't want to broadcast to everyone. Let's take a look at this. Let's see something here. Because I still have a feeling it's. Why can't you? Why is it not even in the API? That's kind of interesting. And that might be part of the problem. or it's in a different part of the API. That's possible. That's all right. I'll tell you what. I don't really need to be spending a ton of time on this right now. Let's do to do fix the whisper commands. Is that the ZF? Is that the Discord for Twitch Dev? Oh, for Twitch Dev. Well, I'm wondering if it's a problem with Twitch Lib, right? Which also has actually, I'm on yeah. So here I can click on this. I think. Okay, yeah, Twitch Lib. Oh, I guess I was not a member of that one. But I am on the, I think, because I know Twitch Lib. I don't know why I'm hiding this. I think Twitch Lib has. Well, at any rate, I'm gonna I'll do that offline. In particular, there's also an area in the live coders where I could also send messages, because actually most of the I don't think most, I think all the main maintainers of Twitch Lib are live coders. And there's actually an area that they discuss quite a bit over there. And I know there's another Twitch Lib, because again, it could be something with Twitch Lib. So what I was gonna do is fix the whisper commands, because like I said, I don't need these. Excuse me, I don't need these working yet. Eventually, I'm gonna need those working. Like I said, I have a feeling this is gonna be 2 or 3 potential things that will actually send whispers. All right. So right now, I'm just gonna put to do, because it's not. I mean, the good thing is it's not breaking it. It's not causing errors here. All right, so next thing we'll look at, so that was command and response type. Probably should start getting so user cooldown and global cooldown. Now those are kind of interesting. All right, when giving interviews, what do you think is more relevant? Focus on algorithms, coding exercises, system design. Okay, so what if I told you none of the above? Now I'm assuming you're asking as the interviewer, right? Those are all good things to talk about, but I'm looking for more. Number one, again, there's only so much you can do in an interview, right? But I've been very successful with asking more questions about the projects people worked on and how they resolve those problems, which ends up getting into those kind of questions, right? The algorithm, what algorithms they use, what not sorry, what coding exercises, but how do they design it, or especially when we're talking to junior developers, right, where they didn't design it, right? They implement someone else's design. I'll ask them questions about, so tell me, what do you think about the design? If you were the senior, how would you have done it, right? What would you have done differently? And sure enough, that's kind of a hard question, especially, I have interviewed people who maybe have been coding for a year or two, right? So they don't have a whole lot of experience. And so I'm not expecting them to, give me a dissertation on proper design that you write a book around, right? But I want to see what their ideas are. I want to see where their mind is going with that, right? So I find more, I generally stick around those areas as opposed to, doing something like whatchamacallit, I forgot what is what's food what is that thing? I can't remember that coding exercise now. Heard of a company Planetary? No, I have not. You have to choose between not Fubar and not Fibonacci. No, what's FizzBuzz? Thank you. Big Nerds knows what I was talking about. FizzBuzz. Yes. So no, I have not heard of this company. You've got my curiosity. But I will say, not have heard of these company. Software company specializes in big data analytics. Well then, which is why I've not heard of them. I'm not really into the, I mean, big data analytics is cool, but it's not really what I do, right? Okay, it's powered on Apollo. That's a good sign for it, right? No, I have not heard of this. Okay, they're doing content. Oh. So if this is in relation to, although I don't know if AWS themselves are doing anything for contact tracing. Okay, let's put it this way. I can see why a company like this would be good at the contact tracing, right? Because they're used to dealing with lots of data, so finding all those points. And they use AWS. That would make that makes sense to me too. I mean, AWS has some really interesting stuff on the big data side. Interesting. Contract tracing applications to safeguard your employees. I am actually curious about that one. Let's see. Looks like they're doing the UK. So I'll say this. I mean, AWS definitely has some really interesting stuff. I'm sorry, I was just curious on this one. Just part of it is I'm looking at this. This is something that a company like ours. I don't think we're doing anything like this. I can see where we'd be interested in stuff like this. So the company I work for does senior living, right? So senior living communities. So obviously contact tracing is important, right? So I was gonna say AWS definitely has some really nice, big data tools. I can't say I mostly work in the Azure space. I can't say I really couldn't do the comparison between AWS and Azure on that side of things because that's not where I work in. I mean, I've worked with some big databases, but nothing big enough to be considered big data, right? Probably the largest databases I've ever worked with were probably, I don't know. Well, I guess where I worked with, not that I managed, but even then we didn't do big data. 1 or 2 terabytes, right? I mean, so not, we're not really talking technically big data, right? Yes. Yeah, no, definitely. Stops dueling the Pentagon. Well, I don't think AWS is going to stop dueling the Pentagon for a long time. I do think, I don't know what the latest on that is, though. So now I did DoD contracting for a long time. So all right, well, but yeah, AWS or Planetary, I'm not really sure how you pronounce their name here. I don't really, they're not a side-by-side comparison, right? Because Planetary is doing stuff that AWS doesn't do. But I am actually kind of curious. AWS Jedi. I mean, I know the last I heard, yeah, as Jedi Battle rages on, and I'm kind of curious what will happen with the new administration, right? With this, yeah, still in court. Not really telling me what I wanted to. So anyway, this one was kind of quiet. TIO awarded a contract. Who's the primary for this one? Looks like it was Amazon before. Yeah, I don't want the daily insights. You say you awarded it, but then you say who potentially. Is it that classified that can you tell who won it? Oh no. This is the award which follows. Where's the winner? Everyone's a winner. Well, they said 17. No, 17 agencies. I know it said multiple vendors, which makes sense. I mean, like all these government contracts are awarded to multiple vendors. That is normal. But someone is the primary. Someone's always a someone. Now things could have changed. I've been out of the government business for 4 or 5 years now. But unless they decided to, this is an award. Okay, yeah. Oh, decline. Okay. Oh, the decline or the number of awards awarded of its names of its awardees. So it's so classified. But officials from all 5 companies confirmed their awards in email. Okay, so all of those companies got it. Interesting. That is actually very interesting. You know what I did notice that was actually kind of quiet. It was kind of funny how oh, that's good. FDA finally approved the first vaccination. That's actually good to see. Azure regions. So I actually was on this page the other day because I was writing some documentation. I actually needed the list of the regions, and what I noticed, I have to hide the attack vector. Well, yeah, but so here's what I'm going to notice. What I noticed here. Azure government. I need to Azure government. So you got DoD, you got government. Those went around for 2017, 2014, right? But look, there's these 3 new ones. U.S. secret. All right. So and notice that the locations are. So it's interesting because Azure, for the longest time, has never stated the actual location of the data centers in the United States. At least, they don't. Yeah, we all know where they're at, right? Or for the most part, right? Des Moines. Actually, I forgot where the ones in Virginia are at. But it's known knowledge. Arizona is I think is actually well, hold on. I know the here's what I meant. Des Moines. Again, I forgot where the two Virginia ones are at, but you can find out. Chicago, San Antonio. Actually, I'm not really sure where in Wyoming it is, but there's not much in Wyoming. Yeah, so I mean, people know where these are at, right? But here, these three are undisclosed, right? Yes, they do hide the addresses. Now, what's interesting, but like here in the United States, they just say the state. Now, what I find is interesting, so if you look at, well, Greece is coming soon, so that, you won't see it there. Yes. But like here, you see Denmark East, right? And where's Scott? Here we're talking about Denmark. Copenhagen, right? If I look at the Europe, well, so it's interesting. The older ones in Europe, they only list the countries. Well, that's one of the big things about Azure has, and I haven't looked this up for a little bit, right? Does Azure Gov have Service Fabric and AKOs? Yes, I know that they have those. Now, here's a little bit different. If we go back to Azure Government, there's a little bit difference between DoD and government. All right. So DoD is DoD. Government is meant for all the other federal, but also state and potentially local government region uses. Yes, DoD, Department of Defense. Sorry, I worked so long in DoD that I don't even think about it. You can't work for too much red tape? Well, I don't think that's a new thing. Like I said, I did DoD work for a long, long time, and I was in the military, right? I was actually in the military. Yeah. So what I was gonna say, DoD and government are a little bit different, and like I say, this secret is new, right? Worst thing you have ever experienced in your life? Well, that's a good thing. That DoD is like the worst you've ever experienced, right? Sure enough, if we look up government the compliance, that's not what I'm looking for. If you look up where, I know it's here, let's see, choose your region. I'm looking, products by region. You can actually look this up. And if we type in, this might not be in here. Maybe under United States. Nope. Okay, you can't look up. Oh, no, there it is. I knew it was in here somewhere. You might, you can look up DoD, which is interesting. There you go. So now you can start seeing what is and what isn't available, right? And so, like, for example, you asked AKS, right? So notice DoD does not have AKS, which actually I'm surprised by that. I'm actually really surprised by that. That doesn't make sense to me. I wonder if that's something coming. They have been really beefing up what they've been doing in there. I'm a little bit. But Service Fabric is available everywhere. Actually, if I remember, Service Factory is it probably won't be here. They have what they call their foundational services. Azure Foundational Services. Yeah, here we go. And let me see if I can find this real quick. Not that. might be in here. So they have their foundational services, which are everywhere, regardless. Doesn't matter where, what. Yeah. Okay, yeah, here we go. So here I'll share this link just for anyone that's interested. Like here you see the foundational, mainstream, and specialized, right? So, but the foundationals are everywhere regardless, right? Some of them because it's actually what Azure uses to run Azure. Like for example, Cosmos. Azure uses Cosmos to run Azure, right? Service Fabric is something that Azure uses to run Azure, right? So you can see like everything that's included everywhere, regardless, right? I'm actually surprised at AKS. Okay, so AKS is listed as a mainstream, so it's most everywhere. So all were Microsoft alumni. Not surprising either. See, some of Cosmos is on Service Fabric. I was corrected on the amount of SFUs. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I didn't officially know that, but if you'd asked me, I would like, yeah, I would assume so. You think about some stuff that they're doing with Cosmos. So sure enough, Sean, I don't know if I told you this, but my CIO, my new CIO, he so a couple weeks ago, 100%. It's less than 20. But so yeah, so like right after I joined the company, I was actually doing a presentation about Cosmos, and in the evening, and like the next day, or maybe it's a day of, I can't remember, but I was talking to my boss, the CIO of the company, and I was talking about Cosmos. So I'm doing either I was doing a presentation or I just did a presentation on Cosmos, and he was like, oh, do you know how long Cosmos has been around? And I was like, well, yeah, actually, because I knew the fact that it's been a commercial product for like 5 years now, maybe 6 years now, but it was like a internal product for like 5 or 6 years prior to that, right? Because it was, again, it's what they built up a lot of products on, right? And so I was telling him, he's like, oh yeah, so he's like, oh, so you knew that. And then well, okay, I can go into that. It's interesting, this whole points thing, that's, you're trying to stuff the word document DB. That's kind of funny. That's actually really funny. So the reason why he asked me the question though was that before anyone knew of the product, right? Before, when it was just an internal product that Microsoft didn't advertise, that was around, he actually was interviewing to lead that team. And apparently one of the interesting things was that for a long time there was talk as to whether Cosmos DB should be part of the SQL team. Right? Now, so Hepta, your comment about the document DB. So the thing is, Cosmos wasn't actually document DB. Well, it was and wasn't. It's a little bit confusing. So there was actually, I think it was actually technically called Azure Database for Document DB, or how do they call those things? Because they do have their little naming sequence they use. actually, sorry, hold on. I was kind of curious. What was that image? Maybe it was this. But that's not, I thought I saw a rifle. This is what got my curiosity. All right, wait. DocumentDB doesn't manage Mongo though. I mean, DocumentDB is another database similar to Mongo, all right? I'm trying to remember. Yeah. So they actually had what they called Azure Database for DocumentDB, right? Was the name of it, right? And well, they leveraged DocumentDB. But really what they did is they leveraged it, but it's kind of weird what they did with it, right? Because they really just dropped DocumentDB, right? I mean, yes, that it did. Yes, they do. That Cosmos, that's what we're talking about. Actually, well, there's a couple things, but Cosmos is the main one. You know, and that's actually what we're here talking about. There is Azure Storage Tables also, right? Which actually that's what we're using right here. These are Azure Storage Tables. Cosmos is NoSQL, yeah. Although admittedly, I hate the name NoSQL. But then the interesting part about Cosmos is that Cosmos actually is multiple. I wonder if they have it. I know they have to have it here somewhere. I don't see it. Here it is. It's actually, it's interesting. It's actually interesting. They point out 3, include one of them being Cassandra. I guess more people using Cassandra in Cosmos. I don't know that because I've been seeing a lot of stuff in Cosmos with this. But so if you look here, right? So SQL Core, which was originally based off of DocumentDB, right? There's a lot of concepts that are in there. You have Cassandra, you have Mongo, you have Gremlin, which is a graph database, and a table API. They've actually taken this, right? So this is actually Azure Storage Tables, all right? But then you can actually migrate it up to Cosmos if you need that additional. That was a Microsoft one-stop shop. I remember using 2 Azure authentication models. There was Azure RM and there was Azure Publish Settings. Yeah. Well, authentication is usually a pain in the butt. That's why so many people get it wrong. Including myself. I've got it wrong plenty of times. So let's see here. Oh, the formerly DocumentDB. Yeah, but like I say, technically, they kind of killed the DocumentDB product. I think they did move. I wasn't using DocumentDB. I think they did move the stuff, right? I think they did a migration. I can't remember how that all worked. Been a while. Yeah. So now I'm curious. I'm not surprised that AWS has DocumentDB. But the comment earlier about, okay, Mongo compatibility. Oh, okay, Mongo compatibility. Fast, scalable, highly manageable, blah, 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 workloads. This document database. designed to be. Okay, no, that's just its availability. Okay, Mongo compatible. Implements the Apache open source APIs by emulating the response that a MongoDB expects from a MongoDB server, allowing you to use. Okay, so they're basically. Hey, Jack, thank you. They're basically doing what Cosmos does. You know, the whole idea of. Hold on a second. You know, the idea of actually, Sean, I'm curious why you said see ya when he did a hydrate. Oh, drink water. Never mind. I didn't see the message above that. So they're basically doing what Cosmos has done. So that's, you know, that's what Cosmos does, right? It's the wire protocol, essentially. Now it's interesting. I mean, emulating the responses. I mean, that's essentially what Cosmos does. Yeah, I mean, Visual Studio is a bit of a hog, although it's gotten a lot better, right? But like, let's see, is it using? It's actually, I mean, it's not even in my top 10 list. It's all the way down here. All right. You know. But yeah, I'm gonna say Visual Studio uses more memory than anything else. The CPU, it's really let down. I mean, it's using 0.1%. Now memory is number 3, right? Because it is using a lot of memory, which makes sense. Think about what all it's doing, right? But it's also, you know. I mean, here's the impressive part. I'm using out 40% of my memory. I'm sitting on 64 gig of memory, which is a good thing. Because look, I mean, I got OBS taking up 4 gigs, right? You know, Edge taking up another 3.5 gigs. You know, Chrome is only taking up 460. It's just running the music right now. Why is Edge using 3 gigabytes? Well, because I mean, right here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I got 15 tabs open here. I've got another 3 tabs over here. Now I have 3 instances going. I've got about 20 some odd tabs open up right now. Now that's why, and I just haven't done it yet. That's why when I'm a stream, I usually do clean up my tabs. But you know, that's also part of the welcome to using a Chromium browser, right? All right, let's look here. We were working on the command response type. We're kind of stuck on the whatchamacallit, the whisper command, because that's just not really working right for us. But like I said, I wrote myself a note, and I'll look at that later. Well, let's oh, you know what? Let's test command aliases. Let's make sure that's working. I didn't actually test that yet. Should be. But let's go and test that real quick. So, all right. So do shout out test 7. Well, that's interesting. Oh, because I still have it as a whisper. That's why. I still have it as a whisper. Say. All right. There we go. Be sure to check out test 9, right? All right. That was just a quick validation. So let's do this. Let's, yeah, I was gonna say, I guess I could make like a note of what I haven't tested. Well, here, we can do it like this. Let's add some to-do notes in here, right? So let's, to do test functionality. To do test functionality. Actually, why don't I copy this? I've already tested that. We don't need to test those anymore. Okay, so we need to still test this and this. And response. User permission. We need to test. We do need to test user permission. Okay, let's actually test user permission first. Oh, we're not doing anything with user permission. Let's actually get user permission working. So, so the way how I've done user permission, which I notice is not the way how some other things do it, but I'm doing it at a minimum level, right? So I set it, you know, I tell you, you say, okay, you know, so like I've got to set moderator, which means moderator or broadcaster can do it, right? So let's go in here and so in the, actually before we get, let's see here, let's do it right here. I might move this. Actually, we'll do it right here. So we're going to say if e command.chat dot user type. I think it's user type. Yeah, user type, and then it should be yeah, here's what I was looking for. So yeah, what we could say is interesting, it's a byte. So that's okay. If, and we're gonna actually convert it to an int. So if user type is okay, is greater than or equal to chat command user permission dot oh, like that, and also have to convert that to an int. All right. Now what I do need to do, actually, what I really should do is change this. So instead of using our own, Well, it's interesting. So they've got this, because they don't have. I might have to do a little bit more complicated searching here, because I don't think they have consideration for VIP. Let me go back to user type. Let me go back to this one again. So in here, they have viewer, moderator, global moderator, broadcaster. Okay. So, okay, I can't do it. I have to do this a little bit differently. So, so let's do this. Let's, hey there, rewards. How are you doing this evening? Go back to user permission. And what I want to do in here, we're gonna not program, close the spot. I don't need that right now. I don't need these programs right now. Okay, go back to Whopper. All right, so let's start off with this. If it's everyone, then everyone has it, right? Now I'm problem about these preview tabs. I want chat message, and then I want where to go. Well, that's interesting. Where did it go? e.command.chat message user type. That's what I was looking for. Okay, I'm in the wrong place, I guess. All right, so here's what we'll look at. So let's just go ahead and copy this and oops, paste that right there for reference. Okay, so what I want to look at, there's the user type, and here let me do this. Bring this up a tad here, otherwise we're going to have way too much in here. Was actually kind of curious. I don't know how I get. I don't even know how you get VIPs. Their user type is very. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to do even more searching on this. Well, okay. All right. I am going to move. I'm going to eventually move this logic. The more common place, but so let's see here. Everything is going well. I mean, you know, we're right now we're trying to figure out how we're going to handle permissions, right? On sending a message. Hey there, Watkins. Hi, Watkins. How you doing this evening? Yeah, like right now, what I'm looking at is, you know, in the chat command, right? You can set your permissions, right? Which is, you know, one of these: everyone, subscriber, regular, VIP, moderator, broadcaster. I'd have a flag since a person can be more than one permission. Well, I'll tell you what I need to look at. Let's see here. Here's where I'm gonna have to start looking at another API, because like, you know, if they're, because you're right. It can be more than one. Well, we can get a couple things real quickly. So if well, first off, we can do this. If chat command user permission does not equal everyone, all right? Because if it's everyone, then, you know, we don't need to do any more validation. All right, it's that simple. All right. And then really, no. Now, Sean, let's see what you're asking. All right. So if where was I going with this? Yeah. So if it's everyone, we don't have to do any additional authentication. That's easy peasy. Hey there, Scott. How's it going? How you doing? How was your week? Yes, good morning. Of course, I don't even know what time it is, so. Oh, no, it's not that bad. It's only 10:36. How did that one go through? How did that one go through and the other ones didn't? That's kind of a weird part. Because I mean, I still see it held for moderation above. Getting things done. I'm trying to get some things done. But good to hear that you are getting some things done. All right. Let's see here. So again. All right. Well, here's what I have to say. Oh, okay, you got to it before I was getting ready to, because I'm like, all right, that's enough. I really don't get. I gotta admit, I couldn't get what, you know, what he was trying to, or they were trying to say with all that, but yeah. But with that last one, yeah, that's enough. But they're gone. All right. Sorry, everybody. All right. So yeah. So if it's everyone, it's everyone. Then I think we could do an interesting, Yeah, I mean, there was some interesting commands or statements that were being blocked. It was kind of weird, trying to figure out what they were trying to say. And it was weird because then they got a message through that didn't really make sense how it got through, because it's, I guess, I don't know, I'm not gonna say too much, but I guess adding a character made a difference. I don't know. Weird. All right. And then moderator or broadcaster. So these actually aren't so hard, right? So if this really we could say as easy as if, oh, you know what, we could also say for so I'm not handling admin or staff, and I don't think I'm going to handle admin or staff. Okay, that's fine. Chat command, user, oh, not user permission. Yeah, chat command, not chat command. All right, so if user permission, okay, is everyone, or we're gonna have chat command, it doesn't matter, user, sorry. We're gonna have they don't exist anymore. Okay, well there you go. I don't need to check for that, which is great. Well, I was gonna say I'm not gonna do anything with them. So and at least from what I can see, I don't see Stream Elements or Streamlabs dealing with them either. They don't even deal with staff from what I've seen. Probably you're talking about what were admin and global moderators. Probably something that Twitch was doing at one point. There's probably still some legacy code out there for it. All right, so we're gonna say if e command dot chat message dot user type equals user type I'm gonna assume this one, user type dot broadcaster. All right. So in other words, if the command's open to everybody, then obviously anyone can do that. And if it's a broadcaster, I'm given that full rights, right? So I don't need to check anything else, right? You talking about the global moderator and admin stuff? Then I think we can do a simple thing here. If actually we can also do e command chat message. I should have this in e command chat message user type equals moderator and chat command user permission is less than or equal to chat command, or sorry, user permission dot moderator. Okay, let's make this a little bit easier to read. Yeah, I don't. At least I don't see editors in here. All right, since a user can be multiple types, you can use flags instead of enum. Then you can check the flag being set. Well, so here's the thing. Yeah, user can be multiple types. Actually, there's only one user. This user type. That's only one value. So I have a feeling that sends you the highest level that person is. All right. So I think it's going to send me, so like if the broadcaster sends it, it's going to be the broadcaster, even though, so like, for example, so for like you, right? Talking about Sean, right? You are a moderator, right? And if we look at TaleLearnCode, you are also a subscriber, right? So sure enough, there is something, right? But in here, and this is the initial testing, right? So I think just as simple as if it's everybody, then we're good. Or it doesn't equal. Actually, this should be not and not, all right? But yes, in moderate, yes, exactly. And so this would handle that, right? It would handle either way. So here, so if it's everyone can get through, right? Or if it's not everyone, because everyone can get through. Then we're saying if it's not a broadcaster, right? Then we're going to do additional checking. If it's not, if the user is a moderator and the user permission is moderator or below, then we can let it go through, right? So then what I need to handle, that should leave these three left, right? Subscriber, regular, and VIP. And like I say, I think I need to make another API call to get those values, right? And these are going to be a little bit hard to test right now, because like Works with Chad is not affiliated, right? Because it's a new channel. So I might have to eventually do some testing with TaleLearnCode here. All right, let's see if we get at least this far. All right. And let's see here. So, and then what I want to do, which is what I was talking about, let's actually have a rewards, and that's what I can do. I mean, I'll in a little bit here, I could test it on the TaleLearnCode channel, and I do have several. I actually have several Twitch users that I can test with. So I have I can test a couple different, like I can give someone a VIP. I can give one of my test users a VIP. I can give one of my test users a regular.
So, thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Zia. Thank you so much for following. I really, really do appreciate that. And great having you part of the conversation tonight. Let's see here. So let's create a private Boolean user permitted to execute command. And then we'll pass in a chat command. And for the moment, we'll pass in. I wonder. It would be good to use async await for your bot command methods. Potentially. Well, actually, doesn't the and I've got to look this. I don't know. Default to yes, but I'm trying to remember. Because so this is actually being fired off an event. Aren't events in their own threads? Doesn't say you can't also do, but so point being, I mean you can still do async, right? But I think so my initial reason why I would do async is kind of handled because I think they are in their own threads. Hey there, C Films. I am doing awesome. Hope you are doing awesome too. My guess was no. I'm pretty well. Here's part of the reason why I'm pretty certain. The problem I was having the other day with the Windows forms was thread related, and that's why I think I'm almost positive they are creating their own threads. But I'm not 100% positive. I think they are, but I need to look that up. All right. So for this user permission, I want to look up when I did web form. Event delegates were on different threads. They do marshalling to update the UI thread. Yeah, that's why I think they. I'm pretty certain they are. Which means they can fire off multiple threads, right? You know, that's in, which is why I'm pretty sure they are. I like that. I can see my bot collecting dust for several months still works. Yeah. Last Saturday, I was just glad to see the bot that I was working on the night before was still working. Actually, I'm gonna have to, before I go online tomorrow night or tomorrow, I'm gonna have to test out. Sure enough, I do plan on streaming my regular time, but I might be streaming. I'm talking about Bricks with Chad. I might be streaming earlier in the day. All right, see, films, you do web development. I essentially do web development. Like, I spend more of my time doing back end, so it doesn't really matter whether it's web or front end or front end. It doesn't really matter what the front end platform is. All right, cool. You're going to do your stream on Sunday. So yeah, so what I was talking about, I might be streaming. And again, this would be Bricks with Chad. I might be streaming earlier tomorrow. Because as of right now, I don't have anything scheduled other than originally I was almost thinking about like kind of getting up and I want to really get working on the Lego stuff. I want to finish the Taj Mahal tomorrow. Awesome. That is so awesome. Your daughter starts at EMT on Monday. Yeah, I want to finish the Taj Mahal tomorrow, and then this weekend I would like to build. Also, I've got the Steamboat Willie. All right, so you do the database. I spend more of my time in the database than anything else, in accessing the database. So let's see here. Taj Mahal, that's what I was trying to say. So this is right here. This is what I'm working on right now. I do HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP. How is C#? Well, yeah, C# is great. I mean, that's where I live my life in. Oh wow, this isn't temporary sold out. This is sold out. I'm glad I bought it when I bought it. Yeah, no, what was I gonna say? I agree with Sean, right? I love C#, right? I mean, where I spent all my time in. I mean, you know, I don't do much PHP or Python, but everything else you've got on the list, I've spent enough time in. So yeah, I'm planning on finish this out tomorrow. I've got, actually all I've got left, if you look at this, is this part right here, right? This this final tower in the middle, right? So that's all that's left, right? So what, like I said, it's interesting. I'm glad I bought it when I did. Yeah, because even the store is out now. This is one of these things. This model was when you went to the you know, we have a Lego store here in Louisville, and you go to the store and they had it on display forever, right? And it's gorgeous, right? That's why I really wanted it. And hold on a second, my shoe come up. Die. That's gonna be one of those things I won't be able to ignore that. How is C# for web development? It's awesome. It is absolutely amazing as far as I'm concerned. You know, they're number one, because there's a lot of different ways you can do it in C#. Because you have Razor Pages, you have MVC, you now have Blazor. We talked about doing a lot of the database work, right? There's web APIs, right? So it's using MVC metaphor, right, to your APIs. So that's when I'm doing quote unquote web development. That's actually what I've spent a lot of my time on. But yeah, so like I said, I'm finishing this. Oh, here you go. This third piece. That's what I need to work on tomorrow. So I was gonna say, you know, talking about this.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Momenar. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. And I really do mean that, right? You know, I look at it this way. You know, there's a lot of places you could go follow, a lot of places you go try out. I do appreciate that. So sure enough, I want to also try to build this tomorrow, because I got this actually for my daughter, and she'll be home next weekend. It'd be nice to, you know, have that ready for her, you know, because it's not really a Christmas present, because it's here's one of my toys that I think you'd like to display in your room. All right.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Well, hey there, T Films. Thank you for rating. That's pretty cool. I guess you were asking questions before you rated. Awesome. So you're pulling a Callow creation. You know, Callow's in there all the time. Or in here, I should say. So yeah. So sure enough, back to what I was saying. That's why I'm gonna try to get in here early. Now, with that being said, I'm not gonna be able to get on as early as I was hoping for, because I need to go down to Lexington, Kentucky, to go pick up something. Okay, I know that emote, but I didn't recognize it at first. All right, so what I want to do, I'm bringing this method down here, right? Make it a little bit cleaner. So I need the chat command. I also need, probably just need this chat message. Let's then send in the chat message. And then we'll copy all of this. Just like that. And then we fix this, because now it's like that. All right. And let's see here. So if And actually we can now make this a little bit simpler. So if it's everyone, if it's broadcaster, if the moderator, you know Callow, Christian? Yeah, Callow is awesome. I absolutely adore Callow. I hang out at his channel all the time. I think we can just return true in here. All right, and at least for the moment, we're just gonna return false otherwise. We need to do some more testing here. Actually, we don't really need, don't need any of that more notes, but I do need, oh, I thought you were saying, you know, Callow, Christian, you know he likes films. Yes. Well, Callow may or may not be here.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate that. So, see films, you got my curiosity. Take a look here. Yeah. Okay, so I was curious what C Films is about. So this, so here you go. C Films runs this website. It looks like 6 Degrees of Seattle. Interesting. Cool. Does C# have a lot of boilerplate code on it? Let me ask you, by that, do you mean, is there a lot of boilerplate available? Or do you have to write a lot of boilerplate? And actually the answer is, to the first question is yes, which, so on the good side, right, it will produce a lot of stuff for you. There can or cannot be a lot of stuff you have to do, right? It really kind of depends on what exactly you do with it. So like, talked about web development, right? So, like with web development, looking at like between MVC, Razor and Blazor, right? And Razor and Blazor, the names are similar for a reason. You actually do, I think, I'm saying off the top of my head, but basically you would do less coding probably with, I don't know if you do less coding with Razor over MVC. Yeah, you have to write a lot of code. Yeah. So, but here's what I would get to. So generally, most of the boilerplate code comes with the data logic, right? And if you use any framework, no, not really, right? Because any framework kind of takes care of a lot of stuff. Now the funny thing is, when I'm working on right now, technically I'm writing more code, but I like it better. So I'm working with Dapper, and I actually find it very interesting. And apparently sites go real low, not gonna load correctly. All right, okay, so Blazor preferred over MVC. So, I need to ask some more people that question. All right, whether Razor is preferred over MVC. Microsoft prefers you to use Razor. Well, Razor is also, yes, there is also a phone called Razor, which, did you know it came back? Motorola Razor. I didn't mean to go to the AT&T page for it. Here, this is really what I meant to go to. But they actually did bring back the flip phone. which on the face of it, I think it's just so cool. But now, of course, here we're talking about Razor RAZOR. Now, sure enough, if you look at the ASP.NET documentation, let's see here. Go to Web Apps. Go to, I think it's Get Starting. Isn't really what I'm looking for. Here we go. If you look at web apps, number one, I think they, okay. Yeah.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey, there's C-Films. I do appreciate that a lot, really. They say consider the Razor Pages version of the tutorial, which provides an easier starting point, right? And I gotta admit, I debate the easier part. I guess if you haven't done C# web development, then I could maybe say it's easier. I think there's some things in Razor Pages that makes it a little harder than MVC. Personally, I like Razor Pages better because it reminded me more of the old the old web forms, right? Without the baggage of web forms. But but getting in here, I mean, you can do. I mean, here we can just look into this overview, right? So you can see like they're going to build. Sure enough, C-Films. They're going to build something with films, right? You can kind of see what they're doing in here. Here you can see the page being created. Now you see that a bunch of files get generated for you, right? But it generates it for you. That's the whole point, all right? Here we're gonna create this model. So here's what the model looks like. But notice, I don't have to do, I'm just typing what the model looks like, all right? And then you do scaffolding, right? And actually, I can scaffold with any framework. All right, and skipping a couple steps here just to get down to it. Currently uses no libraries and frameworks. Well, and so it can be really fast that way too, right? Because it's more of a static page basically, which is a good thing. Yeah, so here you can start seeing, right? Here's the code, but I didn't even generate. I mean, that code was generated for me, right? So you can do some really interesting stuff here, right? Because a lot of this code gets generated for you, making it easier. So, yeah. But like I say, with it being said, I mean, there's more than one way to write code, right? And it really depends on, what you need in your application, what's the goal, what's also, what does the team components look like? Boy, my camera's really cut off when I stand up. See, I geared the camera for when I'm sitting down. This is the first time I've been on camera where I've been standing up and it just cut off pretty bad. You love the scaffolding? Scaffolding I like. I don't like migrations. All right. I apologize, I'm a little bit cut off. I need to fix, I need to get a USB cable for a longer USB cable to hook up the camera to the computer. And then I can actually control the camera from the computer. So like when I stand up, I can have it scroll back. Actually, I guess I can manually do that right now. Make this a little bit better because it's annoying me. How's that? Yeah, I just about got it. There we go. All right. You like migration simple to use? Well, also simple to destroy your database. I just don't like stuff that I don't know what all it's doing. You know, it's just... You took Java class and thought Java had too much boilerplate code. Yeah, that's... your hair is out of the frame. Not anymore. It was. Yeah, but backup D models are awesome until it wipes out your data. You know, I'm not one who likes. I like controlling my database. That's usually, well, you know what, when you work on web apps, guess what? That is, you are the user in that sense. What in the world? All right. Your website uses a MySQL database? Yeah, MySQL is great. All right. I don't do much with MySQL. Well, I have a whatchamacallit. I have a blog that's on WordPress, so it's using MySQL, but I'm not actually writing code to it very often. Well, I'm not writing code to that at all. But all right, let's test. Oh well, let's use this method. Now in here, let's see here. What do we do here? So we got if check, and then we'll say is not null, and what was this? User permitted to execute command, and chat command. E dot command dot chat message. There are similarities, right? I mean, they're both relational databases. But you know, MySQL is meant, you know, I mean, there's a reason why it's MySQL, right? The idea it's meant for smaller databases, right? So there's some scalability things that MySQL would never have, right? Whereas, you know, SQL Server is meant for, you know, well, not just meant for, but is capable of handling, you know. Actually, I think you can now put petabytes on it. All right. How do you get started with SQL? Oh, that is a good question. And sure enough, Sean, I mean, as I was saying, yeah, I think now you can put petabytes. I think now it's in like the last 15 years. Yeah, so is it possible to scale a database horizontally? Yes, it is possible. Yeah, SQL Server Express, Developer Edition. Actually, I would recommend looking at the Developer Edition. So here, let's, no, it's over here. Oh, okay, yeah, so you can do mirroring. So sure enough, you go to SQL Server Developer. So there's actually, yeah, there's actually the Developer Edition right here. All right. So if you go and download that, all right, that is the only difference here is the license, right? So one of the things that SQL Server's done, for the most part, I know there's some things that are a little bit different, but for the most part, all the versions of SQL Server, you know, so developer, not now SQL Express is a little bit different, but like developer, I even forgot the name of the versions, but the different versions, right? I was looking for the versions because I know there's enterprise and there's some other versions. They all have all the features, right? It's what the license, what you can do with the license. There you go. Yeah, Express, developer, standard, enterprise. The point is, I recommend checking out developer. Right now, it requires a little more on your machine and such. But if you want to learn SQL, right now, Express is great for building apps that you're gonna package the database with. I'll go back. I'll see if I'll come to that one. So SQL Express is great when you're gonna package it to go along with it, right? If you look at learning how to do SQL, right? And stuff, I would definitely get the developer. Now, the one thing you want to know, what does not come when you install SQL Server of any version, right? Is the it's called SQL Server Management Studio. All right, so SQL Server Management Studio. All right, and you will want to download that. So just search for SQL Server Management Studio. It should be the first link you see, and it's free, right? So you don't have to pay for this. There is also, I will say there is also Azure. What is the name of this product? The Azure one. SQL Server have a free license like MIT. So that would be SQL Express. I don't know if it's an MIT license. I do know Microsoft prefers MIT license. Let's see here. Well, yeah, no, I think it wouldn't be an MIT license, but yeah, that's why I'm realizing what I was saying here. But yeah, like if we look at, now this is 2017, but still, oh, that's someone asking about like the usage guides. All right, so I was gonna say, we were talking about SMSS, but there's also, which this is the tool I prefer, right? There is also, and I forgot, what is it? Azure Data Studio. That's Cloud Shell. There we go. The Data Studio. I need to try it again. I was actually hoping for a screenshot of it, really, not the download page. So this is, yes, you can also see it in Visual Studio. Finally, I don't do it very much in Visual Studio. You know what I use Visual Studio for more than anything else is to get the connection string. That's what I use the tools of Visual Studio for. But but to give you an idea of what SQL Server Management Studio looks like. Yeah, but I go get it. It already has all the information in it for it. It's got the key in there, and so I can just copy and paste it, put it where I need to be. Yeah, sure enough, Connect Strings is a very nice website. Used it for years. Exactly, it does have. It's not just SQL Server. So, that's fine. I could say this is opening up tabs I had opened up before. That's really fine. There's nothing Cancel. Come on. There we go. Wikipedia says SQL Server has a proprietary cipher. Yes. Yeah, I did correct myself. I did. I was like, yeah, maybe it's MIT, but no, I realized no. I was thinking about it later, but it is. So okay. So SQL Server Developer. All right. Hold on. Let's start with this one. SQL Server Express. You are allowed to use it for applications. Now there are some limitations, like once you get so far, once your application, it's basically, it's probably $1 million of revenue is my guess, because that's what the Visual Studio license rules are. But don't quote me on that one. But you can package it, you can ship it to customers and all that great stuff, right? Now SQL Server Developer, the other version we were talking about is free, is basically full-on SQL Server, right? Because SQL Server Express, there are some differences, right? As far as the features it supports, right? SQL Server Developer has all the regular SQL Server features. The difference is the license only allows you to use it in non-production purposes, right? So I can use it for development, I can use it for testing, right? But I can't use it to run my production database. As a matter of fact, I think it prevents ports. I'm not 100% positive of that, but so sure enough, like here you can see, and again, that's an internal IP, so you don't have, I'm not worried about that either. Yeah, so I can open up this because there's nothing really secret in here, right? But this is what SQL Server Management Studio looks like, right? And so I could do things like, like we can go into, let's take a look at phone number type, all right? So I can, I can drill in, I can see the columns, I can see the keys, which if you looked at Visual Studio, this looks very much similar. And guess what? You know what this application is? It's Visual Studio. It's using the Visual Studio shell, right? You get a lot of great information there. I can now you can see I have Redgate tools on here, but I can do a new query, and I can now do make this a little bit bigger. Select star from core dot phone number type. All right. Now this is not real data in here right now, so you can see I was testing some stuff, right? But we can so you can do a lot of interesting stuff here. One of the really tools that I really like in here is I can go to databases. I can go to diagrams, do a new diagram. It's going to prompt me because it needs to put in some system stored procedures. But I can now, we're not going to grab it. Well, we'll grab. I'm not going to grab. Well, that's fine. No, I'm not going to grab that. But I can grab. Let's just grab. There's some tables I'm not going to show you what they look like, because this is actually, it's a local copy of work, but it's work. But like you can start seeing the relationships, right? Now, grant you, this is a very simple. It's just because I purposely, the object that's connecting, this community thing, I'm not going to show that because there's actually nothing proprietary in there, but I'm not going to show it. Did we come to the end of the music playlist? Yes, we did. Get some more music going here. Well, honestly, and Sean, I mean, you're one to talk, right? Because You won't even tell us what company you work for. But honestly, there's really nothing in there, right? But since that is, and at this point, it's not even real. This database, I mean, I'll tell you right now, this database is a prototype. This is it's actually centered around community, right? Because we're trying to figure out what community is going to look like when we move it, right? Because we're kind of moving it, and community being, thinking, it's senior living communities, right? But like I say, so this tool I'm looking at right here, this is completely free. And it's free, right? There's no if you do this, you do that, right? No, I was joking with you about that. So Wikipedia says MySQL uses a, yeah, but there is a difference, right? I mean, although my understanding was that there were some people really upset with whatchamacallit. Who owns MySQL now? Oracle, right? There's some people really upset with Oracle right now because some of the changes they've been making to MySQL. Actually, was it not? It might have been MySQL. Like, I'm just curious what this is here. Okay, I was just curious because U.S. Space Force, right? And then I mean, this picture is from the U.S. Space Force TV show, right? That's why I was kind of even curious there. Okay, well, it's good to know the Space Force are the best video game players of the military branches. Let's see here. I know I saw, and I can't remember what. Oh no! I know what I'm thinking of. There is definitely some things that the community is upset about that Oracle's done with MySQL. They've been making some improvements, but they, some of the ways how they're handling licensing of some of the stuff. I couldn't talk more into that, but I know what I was thinking. It's not Oracle. It's IBM and CentOS. Yeah. Yeah, IBM's, this is an article I was reading the other day, but, IBM's Red Hat just killed CentOS as we know it, but kind of interesting. So when the Marines were made from the Navy, were they ridiculed? Was the president at the time ridiculed? Serious question. Actually, the Marines were not made from the Navy. The Marines were made for the Navy. And it was so. Now, no one, and I'm not going to get into politics here. The president should not have been ridiculed for Space Force. There's actually a very viable reason for Space Force. Actually, there already was a Space Force. It just wasn't its own department, right? Just how like the Air Force was originally part of the Army, right? As things change, right? You grow with that. Now, sure enough, the Marine Corps was actually, I don't know if it ever. Yeah, no. So yes, it is actually part of the Department of the Navy. I don't, like I said, I don't know if I believe the Marine Corps has actually always been part of the Department of the Navy, but it didn't break off from the Navy. As a matter of fact, there's a 1 month difference. As you look up, Navy birthday, all right, so you'll see October 13th, 1775. And if we look up USMC birthday, you'll see Come on. Yeah, November 10th, 1775, right? So they're, Marine Corps is not even a month younger than the whatchamacallit, Navy. And it was based, so the whole purpose of the Marine Corps when it was founded was to protect the ships, right? And hence why I think it's always been a part. I didn't really want to look at the birthday. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't think it was actually always part. It's been a part of the U.S. Department of the Navy since 30 June 1834. So, and that really, honestly, really is a money thing more than anything else, right? Yeah, here it is. 2 battalions of Continental Marines were formed 10 November 1775 in Philadelphia as the service branch of infantry troops capable of fighting both at sea and shore, which is the definition of a Marines, a Marine Corps. I also don't think the U.S. Marine Corps is the oldest Marine Corps, because there are other Marine Corps, right? Wonder if you look down, be a longer page. Let's see here. Interesting. I was, because I'd love to see, like, Marine Corps world. I don't know. Well, here's the top 5 Marine Corps of the world. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so basically all 3 were created around the same time. Yeah, June 14th. So, and basically, it was all, now grant you, that is the, Continental Army. There was the militia before that, right? So, the Army does have a little bit more of a history, right? Yeah, as far as that's concerned. But you have to remember when when the U.S. was, when the continental U.S. was formed, right? Because before it was actually even the United States. All right. So let's look here. Okay, let's look to see if we got this working, right? So we'll hit F5. Now here's the interesting part. Right now, I won't even this event handler won't even be, this event I should say, won't even be invoked if the person doesn't have permission, right? And that might be I might need to do that differently. All right, so here we're the broadcaster, so we definitely have permissions to do this. All right, so there you go, that works. All right, so now let's go into here. I'm gonna close all this stuff again. Come on. If we look here, go to chat. So this will work. There we go. We see that, and we should see that in this message. So now let's go to Chrome. And not close that browser. So here I'm logged in as another user. This is actually the CodePalooza user. All right, I actually didn't mean to go to my channel. Works with Chad. So CodePalooza is only a follower. All right. It is not a. It's not a mod. It's not an. You know. It's just a follower. Right. So. Let's go to the chat. And there we go. It didn't do anything, right? Because that's the one thing, we're not sending any message out. Probably we should do just to verify that that did something. That's put a breakpoint right there, and we'll do it again. So we're in here, and so it's not, and again, we need to add some more logic, but it's just going to return false, which means we're going to come back here. It's just going to skip the whole thing. But the more and more I'm thinking about it, should I not raise a command, all right, or should I not raise an event? Like something like a user, unauthorized command, right? I think it does make sense to do that. So I think it does make sense to, actually, I'm gonna go, hold on a second. I was just thinking about something. Here, I'm gonna go full on here. So, Callow's, notorious for lurking folks. Now I'm lurking him, but I don't have the volume turned on. So I'm not completely lurking him. Is he? Yeah, he is. I see him. I just find it funny because he actually knows what's going on people's channels. I mean, the reason why I was able to open up his tab real quick. I mean, sure enough, what I do. So on my stream deck, I push one button. When I go to start streaming, I push one button and a whole bunch of stuff happens. And here, let me fix this Zoom real quick. Yeah, that should be good. And one of the things I go to, I actually open up the live coders page, just so it's quicker for me when I'm near the end of doing it, right? So I saw that and I clicked on it, right? I was like, oh, here, let me open up his channel. Because it was funny. The other day we were talking about who to raid, and we were talking about raiding him, and I was like, oh, we go to him a lot. That's share love somewhere else. But then chat was like, no, let's go to Callow. Let's go to Callow. So what was so funny was he was not expecting us to go to his channel, which was just hilarious. Hey there, Callow. See? Actually, now hold on a second.
See, they're coming in on the raid.
I didn't say we're coming in yet.
I like to. I don't like to do a defend and they not know. Okay.
That's hilarious. What I don't, I could actually, no, I don't have it set up right now. I could, with my box, I could send him to only my headphones, but I have to do something different. All right. Let's get back onto this. So we've got this where, I think we do want to add another command in here. Let's add a public, or not command, but event handler. I sort of have that. The Calo button. At least on my Stream Deck. So what I do have is, I actually have two things. I have, I can click on, I have a button. It's, oh, that's right. It's not working right now. I need to change something. But I do have a button that actually shows me, all my viewers, right? So, although that doesn't appear to be working right now. Oh, yeah. I need to, there we go. I have to fix that. And there we go, just locked up a bunch of my buttons. I need to go and fix that. But it also shows me like my follow, who I follow, who's online, all right, or who's streaming, I should say, which is nice. All right, on command. All right, I will give that a different. All right, we're gonna call this on command not permitted. All right, and on here, yeah, this is gonna be slightly different than this one. So on here, we're going to, what did I do? Add new class, and Sean, you're talking about need a Calo button. You know what I need? I need like a, I need this.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Yeah, there's Seeger. Thank you for following. I really do appreciate it. I need like a panel that shows when Calo creation is lurking the channel. That would be funny. Yeah, have something say, Calo, we see you. Yes, a bot can tell me. Yes. Next week we should get to that where we'll be looking for the follower events, but also the when people come in and out. Yes, he does. And now what's interesting, the way how he does it, he doesn't do it just for people who are viewing.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Yeah, they're VimFox. That's a pretty cool. Now I'm curious. So is the Fox part supposed to be Fox Pro? Or are you not even old enough to know what Fox Pro is? So like Fritz, his only triggers if you send a message, right? So like if I go to Fritz's channel, it won't announce me until I send a message, which is good, right? And honestly, I joked about saying something with Calo. There is something about a little bit of privacy, of not just announcing people. Although, I mean, look, well, I was liking both parts, right? I was thinking the whole, so is it Vim and Fox Pro, right? So the Vim kind of, I kind of figured that one part out, right? But that's why I saw the Fox Pro. The whole funny thing, I mean, I like the fact of not just announcing people in there, because, that's why I like what Jeff does, because it's only if you chat, right? So, because if I just want to lurk and I don't want people to necessarily know I'm there, but the same, right? Like you look, like I've got Chatty open up here, right? Sure enough, I see all the people who are in here right now. All right. So I see Callows in here. All right. And actually, this chat is really interesting because I see people come and go, which threw me. I'm only on the second night of using it, and it threw me for a loop Monday night or Wednesday night, because I wasn't expecting to see that. And it's weird. What was really weird is like, the stream element spot, it's going in and out, which is really, I find interesting. All right. We're going to create a, what do we call this? Oh, okay. Here we go. Here's what I want it. So we're add class. Boy, if it was that simple to add class. All right, so we're gonna call this on command not permitted args, and for the moment, I am just going to do this. I'm just gonna on command received args. No, I don't really want to do that. I do need to get event args. On command received, here we go. So I am just going to basically copy this. I'll probably come back later and do some refactoring to clean this up a little bit here. All right, because there's a lot of duplication with this now. But the reason why I just inherit that one, I don't want that check command. I don't want that response message. There is no response, right? That's part of the whole purpose here. There we go. Oops. Now I will say, what happens, I don't really know. What happens normally if you send a command that you're not authorized to do? What happens? Does it just ignore it? Do you normally get a message, back in chat, hey, you're not allowed to do that? I actually don't know. Because like right now, I don't send you back anything. All right, there we go. So that's that handler. Then we're gonna do a private void invoke. Oops. On command not permitted. And here, this is gonna take this on chat command. Receive args and chat command. Not on. Oh, that was right. All right, so we're gonna get those, and then we're going to on command not permitted. Not permitted dot invoke this new on command not permitted args on chat command and then chat command. And why? Why are we getting a TaleLearnCode Twitch event on and received ours. Oh. There we go. Helps if you read the error message. All right, so then, now that does mean I want to change this a little bit. So we're gonna have if chat command is not null, and then move all this into here. Else invoke on command not permitted. And actually I'm going to change this here just a second. So we'll send an E and then chat command. Okay, we're actually going to take that out. I think I take that out and take these two. There we go. And then I'm actually going to do if not. And I got it. This is a little bit weird, right? I normally like having positive, right? You know, so if you can, right, do this. But the reason why I'm doing this is because, you know, this is like a smaller piece. So I'm kind of here, look at this little piece first before you get into something that's going to be a lot longer, right? That's why I moved that there. So now we've got that. Now we can go back up to settings to test client program here, and we can go in here. So now we're gonna say whopper dot on command not permitted, whopper on command not permitted. And then we could say, and here we'll copy from that. We're gonna still have the date time. I'm gonna keep it in green. I think I'm gonna just leave those all in the date times in green. It's not consistent yet, but that's okay. Again, this is just a test client at this point, anyways. But here, yeah, here we're gonna do, we're gonna say, oh, this one, we're gonna say, still this should be channel name. Because eventually this could be monitoring multiple channels. So here, when we get to this part, we're going to say command not permitted. You know what? Let's do this differently. Console helper dot print text. Console. This is going to be. This is going to say command not permitted for. And here we'll do e dot command chat command dot where was it? Not chat command. E dot chat message dot username. And then have e dot chat. No, not e. Oh yeah, e dot. Then we'll do chat command dot command. And then the reason why I put this in this helper here, we're going to change the foreground color to white and the background color to red. So I'll stick out like a sore thumb. On purpose, stick out like a sore thumb. All right. So do what we did before just to verify that we, you know, get that message showing up, that event to fire. No, I still have the breakpoint in here. There you go. It's not very pretty at this point, but I don't know. I'm kind of just playing around. I'm kind of figuring out how I want this stuff to look at. I'm gonna somehow have this print to at least to the console window, but I would like to have something like a Windows app that could show this stuff. Just trying to think of the best way to do that. I haven't truly written a Windows app in a long time. All right. So now the next part, what time is it? 7:55. All right, we got time. We have time. What we'll look at, still looking at this permission stuff now, this whole subscriber, regular, and VIP, right? So in here, here's where I gotta start using another piece of TwitchLib that I haven't used yet. So let's go back to GitHub and TwitchLib. I probably should favorite this thing at this point as much as I'm using it. So I think this is an API. And in here, because here's API Helix is what I need to look at. Well, here's the oh, hold on, what am I looking at? Oh no, maybe in here, Helix, and then I think I want to go to. I'm actually trying to figure out where this stuff is available at. This gets users. Turns a get users response. I actually think okay, where do I get this information from? I know I get it from Helix. I just need to find out where. What does this get users response look like, I guess? Get users followers. Get followers response. Also, let me see if I wrote some notes down. I might have this written down because I feel as if I found this once. That's the command stuff. I think actually those notes were in a on a notepad, on a Windows notepad. And I had to reboot and I didn't save it. Or maybe I did. Hey, hold on a second. Not on that. Must be get user. So okay, let's look at what.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Kissimacy 2014. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. All right, so let's look at this this get user response. All right, so that should be go up another one. Go up to Helix models. Should be in users. Get users response. Let's see what's in here. Okay, we get a user. Models users internal. Great, thank you. Okay, gonna get a user. Here we go. So this is gonna give me ID, login, display name, type, broadcaster type, description, profile image. This is not what I'm looking for at all. Oh, come on, where is this? I know somewhere. Okay, let's look at this. Dev.twitch. Look at the Twitch API real quick. Follower. Let's create a user follower. Delete user follows. It's information on follow relationships between two Twitch users. Well, let's look at this. Really, I'm not looking for follower. I'm looking, although I would like to actually add that in here. I want subscriber. Get broadcaster subscriptions. Broadcasters can only request their own subscriptions, which is fine. Stream tags. Go on that. Okay, let's look at it this way. Subscriptions. All right. Get broadcaster subscriptions response, right? Which is great. And sure enough, that's going to return me. What is this going to return me? Username, user ID, plan name, tier, is gift, which is also interesting. I can do some interesting stuff with that. We could also allow, sure enough, with that information, we could allow things based upon the tier. Although the hard part is, I notice that, it's a string. You're going to hard code that a little bit there. Let's see here. That back to here. Go to the helix. So that would be in subscriptions and get user subscriptions, get broadcaster subscriptions. Broadcaster ID. This token. I guess. All right, I think we'll work on subscriber first because I think I can figure this out. But I don't want to have to go get the broadcaster subscriptions every single time and then look to see if they're in there. I wonder if it makes more sense to kind of have that value. All right. Back to that model real quick. I want to see something. Helix models, subscription. Broadcaster is gift here. Interesting, you don't have the expiration on here. All right, so let's do this. Kind of funny, I'm having to jump around a little bit, but I think this is gonna, at least what I haven't seen so far, and I would love to find this, is like, look up a user and they tell me, you know, for a channel, there's got to be something. That's really what I want. I want to look up a user, and then based upon that, problem is, I can't go get a user subscriptions. It's not even in here. I'm curious what the view count is. Let me just look here again. This is... What do we have in here? We have, what are some of the stuff we have in the... Okay, yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be in there. Let's, okay, these are used by the other things you call either back. Go back to Twitch client real quick. So obviously if it's in Twitch client, it's even better, right? It's although I know I'm gonna have to go to Helix at some point. Getting API. Well, I mean, like I said, you know, what I'm really hoping to find is, you would think, you would think that they're, okay, yeah. So, all right. Here's how I'm gonna do this. We're gonna start off with, I think we're just gonna keep some stuff in memory, because I just don't like the idea of going out and every single time to see if someone's a subscriber. Although I only have to do that every single time someone does a command that requires you to be a subscriber. All right. So I guess it's one part of it, but all right, let's try doing it this way. Let's do Scott's favorite thing, and let's have a right there. Also, why? Just fix those. All right, so let's have a private dictionary. That's what I was saying is your favorite thing. And here, I think we're gonna have a string and then a subscription. Subscriber. Equals new. There we go. All right, so there. So, you know, I get this guy. I'm not sure why why you don't like these. Why is this not working? Invalid token. Oh, it would help if I give it a name. This will be subscribers. Of course, now if I do this, oh yeah, if I do this, do I really have to lock it down? Yeah, I do. Here's the thing. Because I want something that I can only get if I'm using a token that is for the broadcaster, I really do have to run these as separate instances for each user, which is okay. I'm okay with that. All right, so we're gonna have the subscribers. I didn't mean to create a line there. And in connect, we're going to do this. We're going to, well, hold on. Before we get to that, we're going to add Twitch client on subscriber. Okay, so there's new subscriber, community subscription, on gift. Actually, I'm gonna eventually need all these anyways. So on new subscriber plus equals Twitch client on new subscriber. Twitch client on subscriber on community subscription. Twitch client on community subscription. Twitch client on I got community gift subscription. Oops. On gifted subscriptions. I think there was one more in here. Twitch client subscription. So there's resubscriber. Plus equals Twitch client on resubscriber. Okay. And obviously we need to add these methods. All right. And then I'm gonna take these. Create a new region here. Region subscriptions. Okay. And now eventually I do need to know, I need to have some events that can go out to any, to a client listening to this one, right? Similar things, right? But we're not gonna work on that right now. But what we are gonna do, so on this resubscriber, so this will, let's see, they're all going to be about the same. The important part is interesting. Resubscriber, has subscriber base. That's really what I care about. Curious what this. Oh, it's the months. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, we're going to have. All we're going to do is subscriber. So we're going to say if subscribers key contains, this be if not key contains, helps if I put in the key, e dot resubscriber dot user ID, because that's what I have. That's the values I have in here. Then we're going to do then we're going to do e dot subscribers dot add, and then this will be e.resubscriber dot user ID, and then e.resubscriber. And I think if I do subscriber, resubscriber inherits from subscriber base. I don't know what that subscriber that I have. Subscriber base. Although I really don't need all of this stuff in there. Okay, there we go. And let's actually have a helper method here, even though this is really simple code, but we'll call this private void manage subscribers. And here we'll bring the subscriber base. And actually we'll wait, why? Okay. So if subscribers contains key, or if not subscribers, and it'll be subscriber base dot user ID. Interesting, the name's not in there. I'll display name. Okay, but I'll keep it user ID. That makes sense. So if it's not there, then subscribers dot add add subscriber base dot user ID and a subscriber base dot subscriber base. Okay, and then now we can just do manage subscribers e dot subscriber base e dot resubscriber e dot resubscriber. There we go. All right, so similar in here. This will be gifted subscription. Interesting. Of course you have to be different. Why do you have to be so different? So gifted subscription equals a gifted subscription. What is in here? Why do you have to be a pain? Ask me anything. Talk about the tag. It's ask me anything. In my screenshot, yeah. So it's ask me anything. So basically, that's the reason why I don't shy away from any questions that come up from the chat. This is awesome. Gifted subscription is different. It's like a lot of the same stuff though, which is just silly. All right, I'll tell you what, for now, again, this might change later on. We'll change this back. We'll change this to a list of string okay. Well, I've changed the list for now. I have some ideas of how I can use that later on, and I think I'm gonna go back to a dictionary, but I don't want to deal with that right now because if I'm gonna have to change the gifted subscription, and it might also have to do on a community subscription, things are just gonna be easier if I do it a different way. All right, so now here we're just gonna take this method out. Are we? No, we're not. We're gonna keep this method because again, like I said, this I foresee this changing later on. But right now, we're just gonna have user ID, and we're just gonna say if Well, I should start off if the subscriber has anything, and subscribers contains user ID. It doesn't contain. Now, I'm not going to worry about the Andy right there. Then we're going to do subscribers.add user ID. Okay. I don't need double parentheses there. Okay. Really a very simple method, not, but like I say, I foresee the things being added later on. So we'll say manage subscribers, and then we'll do e dot resubscriber dot user ID. Here we'll have manage subscribers e dot gifted subscription dot user ID. What I'm curious about this, what I don't see in there on this gifted subscription, is this, who's the user ID? I'd be willing to bet the user ID is the person giving the subscription, not the person getting the subscription. Especially since I see an is subscriber in here. So that's interesting. Look back at this one here. Resubscriber as the resubscriber, which has a subscription base. Well, is subscribers in there also. Because then what I wonder, on the, does that, so if someone gives 10 subscriptions, right? Does this method get called 10 times? Or this event get called 10 times? Also, I was looking, I forgot what the difference between a community subscription and a, yeah, see, you expect to see somewhere like, because I also know somehow you get the user ID who did the subscription, like I said, I might have to subscribe to some of my own, subscribe to my own channel, just see what exactly happens. All right, manage subscribers e dot gift a subscription dot user ID. But what I'm not sure of, am I actually adding in the right, thing in there? Manage subscribers e dot subscriber dot user ID. Okay, so there, that'll handle that part, right? So there's the events. Like I say, eventually these events will have more code in there. But then here's where we're going to start fooling with this helix. This might be, I don't know if this will be the last thing we do tonight or not. At least I did already watch last several Fridays. Reason why I didn't go too late, I think I went to at least 1 o'clock each night, but the reason why I didn't go too late was because I still watched Mandalorian after streaming. Actually, I watched Mandalorian before streaming tonight, so I'm good there. Although I wouldn't mind watching again. I will say this, I think the Mandalorian I think season 2 has been better than season 1, and I really enjoyed season 1. Okay, so this Helix stuff. Let's see what. So I guess what we need to do. I don't even know how to use this. Go back, Twitch lib. It's gonna be the API. So in here, it looks like we're gonna create a Twitch API. Very similar. You can see they're gonna config live monitoring. So we're gonna send the access token. Okay, here it's gonna create this live stream monitor service. Okay, and this is actually, this is actually very similar to what I was doing on another class library. Here they do task.run. Yeah. Yep. All right, so I remember something here. I go in here. Yeah, I connect. Okay. I think I'm gonna take this out. I think I am gonna make this so this only runs for one channel, regardless. All right, so it's the method I'm getting ready to run. You can only run if you are the broadcaster. All right, so we're going to go in here, and we're gonna kind of do similar to what they've done here. Actually, I'm gonna move this over my little side screen here so I can see it while I'm coding. Excuse me. We're gonna start right here. We're gonna have a private Twitch API. And Twitch API. And then why am I not? I just think, but why on the constructor am I not going ahead and connecting? Why am I doing this, right? Why am I? Maybe because it allows me to do this. But, I don't need to do that. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I almost think I should move that, right? But what? Yeah. What if? Let's make this change real quick. I think this is gonna make a little more sense. Let me go to here. All right. We'll still do those settings, but I think this should go ahead and connect. And yeah, we're gonna do a task.run. And connect. And I'm gonna. Okay, it does mean I need to change this to have the log events. And say, and then we're gonna actually take the channel name out of here. I don't even think I'm not even using it anyway. Oh yeah, I am. I'm gonna use this instead. Because again, I've made a decision. I'm only gonna run this for one thing, anyways. All right, so one channel at a time. Log events. Okay. Well, actually, it's not async right now, so we won't do async. We probably do need to change that. So let's just do connect log events. But there was a question about earlier, and we were talking about that. Probably do need to make that change. All right. And then here, let's create another method. Actually, let's rename this to connect client, Twitch client. All right. And let's fix this real quick. Log events. And get rid of that call. Okay. So everything should be compilable at that point. Yes. Do a compile just to be sure. Okay. And then we're going to private async task configure live monitor async. Okay, we're gonna say Twitch API equals new. I don't really need to do that. I've already newed it. All right? No, I didn't. But why didn't I? No, okay, we'll do it in here. We'll do it like the way how they do it in their example code. So Twitch API equals new Twitch API. Can I not give those settings? Because the next thing it has is settings. Yeah, I'm not okay. Then they do Twitch API dot client ID. I'm sorry, settings dot client ID equals, and this will be Twitch settings dot client ID, and then we'll do Twitch API dot settings dot access token, and this will be Twitch settings dot access token. Okay. Then they have this monitor. What is monitor in here? Okay, that's interesting. Oh, that's very okay. Cool. This is actually gonna give me some other stuff I'm gonna need real soon, anyways. So we also need to create a private. Oops. We need to create a private live stream monitor service and live stream monitor service. And then in here, back down to here, we're gonna do Twitch live monitor service equals new Twitch API. And actually, we've written this code before. And then you have your interval in seconds. So you remember we were doing like 10 seconds, all right? We'll go to 60 seconds. Actually, I'm gonna do 10 seconds right now. And I really should have that in the setting. No, I don't have it in the setting right now. To do, make the, what is this value? Check intervals, check interval, a setting. That'll make sense. Okay, then there's going to be live stream monitor dot set channel ID, and this is going to be a new list string. I am doing this a little bit different the way how they did it. Twitch settings dot channel name. They actually have this list on create a variable, but you don't really need to do that. All right, then we're gonna have our things we're gonna listen for, right? So live stream monitor service dot on stream online. Okay, offline plus equals live stream. You know what? I do kind of like the way how they call this monitor. That live stream monitoring, that's a long name. Let's call this Twitch monitor. Twitch monitor on stream offline. Then we're gonna have Twitch monitor dot on stream online plus equals Twitch monitor on stream online. And we're so sure enough, I need these values, right? Because we have the whole, you know, commands available offline, not available online, you know, offline, all that good stuff. So that'll help work right there with that. So then we're gonna have Twitch monitor dot on stream update plus equals Twitch monitor. Starting to lose my voice. On stream update. Let's see, they're also looking for on server started and on channel set. I'm not going to look at those right now. And then they're going to do Twitch monitor dot start. Okay. You know what? You know why they're you were looking at, you know why they're doing the run and the async? Because they're doing a delay, which basically delays forever, right? That was the reason why they did it. There's nothing needing this to be async in here. And as such, I'm gonna take that out for right now. I actually prefer, you know, well, I'll look at how it goes, but a lot of times, sometimes I think we do async and wait a little bit too often. All right, so now here, yes, dictionaries are. Now you know why I use them. Too often? Yes, too often. The Kool-Aid would be that we, you know, oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Yes, guys. I mean, that is one of the big benefits with them. Now, there's still overhead, right? Because they take more memory to store. But yeah, their searching is definitely much better than a list. Because think about it's just like a database, right? Think about it like that. On a database, you have the index, right? And I'm only having to search for that, you know, that index, which is a much smaller thing to search for than a list, you know, then a list is going to go compare each items, right? All right, down here, I'm not going to do anything with the on-stream update at this point. There are some things we can do with that, but what I am going to do, we're going to have a top level variable here, private boolean is online equals I don't really need to set it. So we're gonna have that, and again, I should have events that get fired off to the whoever's listening, but we'll come back to that. Right now we'll do is online equals false, is online equals true. Right. There's some ways we can do, you know, do some things we need to do later on. All right, so now actually, I think I'm gonna move this. Private void configure Twitch API. All right, what do we connect? Just keeping the names same. Connect Twitch API. Send events. Are pretty damn fast, well optimized, and offer the performance you need in most cases. But in most cases, it doesn't really matter. Performance of the chain list of key value pairs would also have been enough. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, there, you know, there's a lot of trade-off. You know, I mean, you know, it's all depends on, you know, depends on what exactly you need with it. Like I say, for that one, and the reason why I was doing it, yeah. So here, this is very, number one, it's a very simple list, right? So you look at what I did here, right? So looking up, you know, this is going to be, I mean, technically, you know, you're still having a hit, but not much, right? But what I was originally doing was I wanted to look up more than just like an ID. Right now, I'm just going to look this up, all right? But I know eventually I'm going to need some more details in there, right? All right. We were in here. Where were we? Okay, right here. I'm gonna paste that in there. So that will set that up now. Go to here. We're gonna have connect. Did I not just create this method? And then one, this should be private. And then, oh, because I got this misspelled. Connect, not connected, connect, which API. We're not setting anything there, and then we're going to have this, what was this other method? Configure live monitor. Should take that async off for now. Okay, there, so that gets everything going. Now, coming back to connect Twitch API. So is there any, before we get any further, Twitch API, let's see here, on, there are no on methods. Okay, which is fine. All right, now, we'll do it here for now, but we should move this somewhere else. I will say this constructor is doing a whole lot of stuff. I actually, you know, I might actually have a, you know, I might do something like a public start void start, right? To do a lot of this, right? Matter of fact, I know I'm going to do that. Having all this stuff in the constructor, that's, you know, everything tells you to have your constructor be very lightweight. So I'm going to move it there. And then go back to here. And this instead we'll say whopper.start. Block events. Okay. This is very like 80s movie sound. What was that song? That was, hold on. I scrolled to, oh, hold on. Oh, because I'm all at the bottom of this list. That was, okay, sure enough. So the last song was Bring the Funk Back, right? And sure enough, it's listed as 80s pop, you know, funk. They said it definitely sounded like you know, a 80s movies, you know, soundtrack song that we hear, like, you know, here in the credits. All right. Okay, there we got the start. Then I go back up to Whopper. And in here, okay, so we've got those. So now I'm gonna have, I'll do it in here, and I'm gonna move this here in a moment. So with my Twitch API .helix subscriptions get broadcaster subscriptions. So once the broadcaster ID, interesting, because I thought you can only do this if you were the broadcaster, right? And now, interesting, this wants the ID. I'm not sure it'll take the channel name. Now the other part is Bricks Chad does not have any subscribers. I might need to move this over to TaleLearnCode right now. All right, so that's gonna get, you know, var response equals. I mean, that's gonna get this get broadcaster response. Oh, this is an await. See here, you know, here you go. We're gonna start doing some. You know, here we go. Now you got. Once you do one thing in here, you gotta have them all. You know, the funny thing is here, they don't have the async keyword at the end. Oh no, is it was the only users. I forgot what it is. But at any rate, it's gonna be that. We'll keep it as a response for now. Hey, I just went live. This is like the. Didn't this happen Monday too? Like around this time? Which is weird because it's well past midnight, you know, UTC, right? But I'm pretty certain we had this happen the other night too. Twitch runs on UTC, which, I mean, it's 5:48 in the morning. It's 12:48 my time. I don't know. That's weird. But it would have been around this time that happened. I think it was Monday. All right. What are you not liking here? That. And I'm assuming what do you mean you can't? Oh, I know why. Never mind. I was like, what do you mean you can't read this? I know why. Because this is in wait. Yeah. And now I should be complaining because this is not. Yeah, that's fine. I'll fix that here in a moment. It's actually. So I really was going to move this anyways. It's for now we're going to call this public void initialize subscriber list. All right, and actually I don't know why I did it that way, but we'll just fix it this way. Make it method async. There we go. And then so this object, you know, has the data is an array. Really? Why an array? Why? That's fine. Which is subscription. See, this is really what I want in there. Broadcaster ID, broadcaster name is gift here. Plan name, user ID, username. This is really what I want. I don't want all that other stuff. I don't think. You know, no, I don't want all that stuff, right? I really just want these things, right? So let's do this. Here we go. Let's save. I want to. We're gonna go back to a private dictionary string and then subscriber, and I hope that's not that subscriber. What's this? It's subscriptions, not subscriber. Oh, hold on. Subscriptions. Where were? Oh, we were here. Subscription. What we want. Subscription. And I'll call this subscriptions right now. Equals new. Which does mean I have to do something for the ones we already did. We'll get to that. All right, so now, so there's a response dot data dot. Okay, this is okay. All right, so then we're gonna do for each var subscription in response dot data, and I believe, yeah, that's the subscription.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey, Dugenheiser, thank you for following. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have been having an awesome evening, or maybe it's morning time for you, you know, depending on where you're coming from. But I hope your day has been going well or has started well, depending on where you're coming from. Right now, once we have this, now we can do a simple, excuse me, we do a simple, what do we just call that thing? Subscriptions dot add, and this will be subscription dot user ID, and then subscription. Okay. And that is all we need in here right now. And yeah, that's all we need right now. So now, we'll call this method. So we'll do an await, initialize subscribers. Okay, and now I should have a red squiggly over there. Program. Wait. Now this is gonna start causing all kinds of fun. Method async. Oh, I hate when you do that. I really wish Visual Studio to be smart enough, like if I do, make it async, add the using statement. Is that really too much to ask for? All right. There we go. First builds. What is this error message or warning? Floppery is online. Oh, okay. Yeah, we have not used it yet. We're setting it, but we haven't used it yet. That's fine. All right, now handle these different. I told you this would be different. So basically what I'm gonna need to do is take this, okay, well, now it's gonna be, this is really different because things do them differently, because this has to. So this one had the resubscriber was a subscription base, so that works fine. This one was something different. It doesn't. Oh, right here, gift a subscription, which doesn't. They really should. What about community? That also is unique to its own thing. All right. This already tells me what I need to do, but. And then this is just a subscriber. I love it. Now, but which subscriber? This is a subscriber of model. Yeah, so they're all okay, but of this at least is a subscriber base. All right, so let's have our private void add subscriber. And this will take in a subscription base, or a subscriber base, I think it was, subscriber base. All right. And then, subscriber. And then what we'll do is, again, we're going to test to see if it's in the dictionary. So if subscriptions contains subscriber dot user ID. So if it's not there, then we're going to do subscription. Okay, yeah, subscriptions dot add subscriber dot user ID, and then subscriber. Sorry, no. New subscription. This is, yeah, subscription. And then supposed to be broadcaster ID. Come back and set these in a moment. Just kind of grab these right now. What else is here? Broadcaster name. You know what? Let's actually make this a little simple. And let's get rid of it. Yeah, it's gift. Okay, so those are the values. Control delete for the word. All right, so now, so broadcaster ID is going to be, you know, subscriber dot channel dot really. Oh, that's a string. Lovely. Interesting. Oh, wait. Well, I'll have to look at it later. Because I don't think I know those commands there. All right. Well, you know what? This is broadcaster ID. Right now, I'm just gonna put it on blank. It doesn't really matter on this one. A broadcaster name. This is gonna be subscriber dot channel is gifted is equals subscriber dot gift. There is no gifted in here. This can come from new subscriber or resubscriber. So is gifted would be false. Tier subscriber dot tier, please be in here. I swore I saw tier in there. Alright, I'll tell you what, we're gonna go back to just the list. It's causing me more trouble than it's worth. I need that stuff later on. I don't need, you know, for what I'm trying to get to right now, I don't need. Let's go back to like that, and then let's go back to here we go. I'm looking for this. For each var subscription. Oh, I can put it somewhere. Subscribers dot add
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Ahmed. Thank you for following. It actually startled me there for a second. I was really into thinking what I'm looking for here. All right, so this is going to be add subscription dot user ID. We're just going to store that right now. So we made this a whole lot simpler, which then we'll take this out for now. All right. So at that point, we have the list of subscribers. We get it updated as we go along. All right. I guess in theory with this, but you know what I should do? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, with that being said, okay, well, no, okay. Let's do a couple things here. So okay. Let me fix something first before I add some code. So in here, I'll actually say, now the sad part is, all this I can't do, there's not like an add if not exists, which really sucks, right? I wish I could do like, add if only exists, right? Instead I have to say if.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Captain Midnights. Thank you for following. Captain Midnights, I like that because it's, yeah. For the United States, it's either midnight or it's close to midnight. So we're gonna say if subscribers contains subscription dot user ID.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Mr. Bam 8. All right. Again, for the three who just joined, I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's thank you for joining our community, being a part of this thing. Oops. There we go. All right. What I do want to do in here. Now that I did that fix, what we're going to do in here is on. Where to go? On this here. On the on-stream offline, we're going to do subscribers equals no collecting. Scott, what do you mean by the no collect? I mean, other than checking the subscribers is always, well, it's gonna always start off as add if not exist. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, it's already nude, right? So it's not gonna be null. And in here we're gonna do a new. So when we go offline, we'll actually clear that list, right? Because I was thinking, what happens? Yeah, because in theory, right, the subscription could run out. I don't know how worried we really are about that, right? In theory, a subscription could run out during subscription, but But this way, this will force that to that, and then we're going to the on-stream load or online. We'll initialize this. Which does can you have an await? I don't think you could do this. I think we went through this before. So I think in here, you can just do the discard. All right, so it'll run it. All right. So there we get the list of subscribers. Right now we only have the user IDs. We'll like I say, eventually I need more than just user IDs, but this will suit the needs for this for now. So now the on chat commands. What I should be able to do, not that. Here we go. This one here. Actually, not here. In the user permitted, that's what I want to look at. So if they don't fall under here, what we want to say next, we want to look if they're a subscriber. All right. So we'll say else if chat message dot hold on, do it this way. Else if chat command, what in the world? Chat command user permission is less than or equal to subscriber user permission subscriber, and check that first, and subscribers contains chat command, not chat command, chat message dot user ID. Yeah, just like that. There we go. Then it will return true. All right. So I think that takes care of subscriptions. So what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna test something. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to make another change. But what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna do like that. We're gonna comment this out for the moment, because then we're gonna see if I can simply connect to TaleLearnCode instead of Bricks with Chad with the same key. I thought it said only. No, I think it said only you can only get your own subscriptions. You can't get someone else's subscriptions, but you can get who's subscribed to a channel. I think that's the way it goes. We'll see here. So what we're gonna do in here, do channel name. Okay. And we're gonna change this to TaleLearnCode. And for those who just started watching, we've been doing a different channel. But that channel is not an affiliate channel. So it won't be able to find any subscribers because you can't subscribe to that. So that's why I'm going here and I'm changing all these settings. I'm hard coding these settings to. That's pretty cool. It saw that I've done that before. It's going to say, hey, keep on doing that. Okay, I don't need to do it in here. Don't really need to do it in here. I don't want to do any. Oh, yeah, we'll do it here also. Look, that's that TaleLearnCode, TaleLearnCode AI stuff kicking in. All right, so I don't need to change it on there. So what I want to do now, back to program. Let's see. We can get rid of those. Still gonna initialize. There's nothing like creating a command on here while we're testing things. So, oops. This will be TaleLearnCode. The command will be test subscribers. Testing subscribers. I don't know. Doesn't matter what I put in here. Just comment that out. Okay. So I'm gonna run this first. This is just gonna create a table record. Okay. Now, let's see what happens. All right, so we're connected. No, okay. Your request was blocked due to bad credentials. I knew this was going to happen. Do you have the right scope for X? Okay, that's fine. That is fine. I knew that I had a suspicion that was going to happen, and I'm okay with that. So that's what we need to do. Find TaleLearnCode. Oh, not in the program. Go back to Whopper. Find TaleLearnCode. This is gonna be like all over the place. TaleLearnCode. And we're gonna change this to Twitch. We're gonna change this back. Channel name. Okay, and then I'm gonna go back to this site that I need to go to. It's Twitch. What was the site? Go to this. Wait, hold on. I got a red squiggly. Why do I have a red squiggly? What happened here? Do you know how I send emails? Is it something to do with SMTP or whatever it's called? It does have something to do with SMTP. Yes. Well, I mean, SMTP is one of the standards. There's also POP. Doesn't Outlook use something different? Forgot. Been a while. What happened here? All right, I don't know what happened there, but there we go. That fixed. Make sure it builds. Okay. Now I want to go to this. Go back to here real quick. Twitch token generator. That's what I want. All right, so I'm gonna go to that. I want to close that. Again, we're going to give it all of the access. And I'm going to click. And I'm doing this off screen, or off stream, not actually on my screen. Token. Authorize. I'm not a robot. Okay. And then I'm going to take this over here. Open up the right file, which of course, now sure enough, 29, you won't see the command I was just typing in. You won't see that because that's actually Streamlabs or Stream Elements giving those commands. This is something I'm doing off of that. But again, this is only well, literally, it was just creating a test command. All right. Let me just get these values in here. So that doesn't change. All right. All right, now. Oops, I did it wrong. Okay, now let's see if this runs. Whoops. Did I hit an error? I sure did. Oh, that did not fix my problem. You have the right scope for your access token. This is interesting. I added all the scopes. Interesting. Let's see here. Let's see where this is breaking. It's failing when I try to go to the list of subscribers. Broadcaster ID. I wonder if it's because I got channel names. So, you know, I wonder if it wants the ID. Let's see here. If I was to look, let's see, what could I do to... I think... Get this somewhere. I think I get this... Oh, come on. Well, sure enough, an hour and a half ago, I said, oh, this is probably going to be like the last thing we work on. It's definitely going to be the last thing we work on. Because I have to get up, I mean, I don't have to get up early, but I gotta get up in the morning and drive like an hour away. Actually, how far of a drive is that? I don't even know. I probably should stand, but I am actually getting a little bit tired, but I'm trying to get past this here. Hey Pete, how you doing? Oh goodness, this is too funny. So, I mean, basically, I'm going over to the Apple Store down in. I'm not gonna allow it. MapQuest is still a thing. I would have never thought MapQuest is still a thing. That's just too funny. All right, let's see here. I'm just kind of curious, how far do I have to drive tomorrow? Come on. Oh, that search is going really slow. Yeah, I gotta go to the Apple Store, and unfortunately, what I need to go get, they don't have here in Louisville. I gotta go down to Lexington. I'm looking to see, but I'm not gonna show my home address to everybody. Let's see, okay, well, while that's computing, okay, what is going on here? Oh, okay, what I was gonna look up. It says an hour and 17 minutes. Basically, I have to drive 80 miles. Either way. Or both ways, I guess you'd say. Alright, the channel ID. Yeah, well, that's Christmas for you. I gotta go pick something up for Christmas. And it was one of those things, I mean, well, you know, it was one of those things where if I ordered it to be delivered to the house, it was going to take 2 or 3 weeks, which would have been too late. Or I could drive down to, 80 miles, and pick it up that way. No, that's just that's my 0 sugar iced tea. All right. All right. So right after I take a drink, then you redeem a hydrate, huh? Yeah. Yeah. She needs a new laptop. That's what we're getting her for Christmas. All right. None of that water nonsense. I've talked about before. I try not to drink too much caffeinated drinks.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Low performer. So you set that bar. You set that bar right up front, huh? Low before. Welcome. Thank you so much for following. All right. What I want to look at, I think, here. I think on the stream update, I think I get on stream update args dot. There's nothing in there? Excuse me. I just get the. Oh, maybe in the stream. Why was I not seeing that? Oh well, this is going to cause a problem, anyways. You can take that out. E dot stream. Yeah, it should be user ID. Just do a console window. User ID. Well, I mean, I've got this typed all wrong. It's not even... Let's try this all over. Console. What's happened to my telesets? See, my telesets starting to get tired. Stream. All right, Sean, you have a good evening. User ID. No, it's just telesense being slow. All right, so there, we're gonna do that. Okay, we're gonna just user ID. That. All right. See you, Sean. You have an awesome evening. And then I'm just going to comment this out since that's what's airing off. That's what's airing, I should say. All right, and then I'm pretty sure, let me check one more thing before we run this. Pretty sure we have this set to, not there, it's, oh, this one here, yeah, 10 seconds. Okay, we'll set this to 5 seconds. All right, so give this a moment. I don't think it's hidden that. Yeah, it's definitely been more than 5 seconds. All right, let's just do this. Let's see, can I get Twitch client or user ID? I knew I'd find something that would do this for me. I was just kind of curious. There's also there's a Chrome tool you can add. All right. I don't know what's going on with the live monitor. But I can look at that later. And sure enough, I gotta admit, this is, whether this works or not, this is probably the last thing we're gonna do here, because I try not to end without things working, but I am starting to get tired. That appears what it was the problem. Let me do a, just to see something here. Let's do a console.writeLine subscriber count. Oops. Subscribers count. Okay. This way we actually see something's coming in there. Well, that's not good. Subscriber count 0. That's not correct. Is it not? Are we not getting anything here? And our response. Data. Yeah, look. There's all 20. Well, you know, well, here's what the problem would be. Catch up. I know the problem is. I just need Visual Studio to catch up to where I'm at. Okay, why are you? Stop. There we go. It does help if I say if it doesn't contain. Otherwise, it's never going to add them in there. All right, now that should work right. And now what I want to see. Now we'll go back to looking for this chat command. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint. Put a breakpoint right here. I want to, assuming I have that. I should see a number of. I should see 20. Assuming that's in there, then we can test this thing. But like I say, I'm positive what I just fixed was, you know, what I just did fixes that problem. There we go. Oh, come on. Now I'm confused. It also didn't save it, which is a little bit weird. Notice how that's still... Make sure I don't have like a random window going. Why are you not firing off a build? There we go. Start that again real quick. There we go. Like I said, it was really weird because the Whopper class was still showing that it had a save. All right. So now, yeah, I don't know what was going on there. Now, if we go here, and we can do TaleLearnCode TV. Wow, Kelly Grace is streaming. All right, get some deception going on here. All right. Yes, I do. TaleLearnCode.tv. All right, so now we're in here. So we're gonna look for here. So the user permission subscriber. I should be a subscriber. Am I not? I wonder. That is a little bit interesting. I wonder, because I am technically a subscriber in my own channel, but I wonder if it does, which would make sense. I don't think that shows up in the 20 you get, you know, or in the 20 active subscribers I have, which would make sense. But I won't do anything right now because it's the app's not running. Let me, although that would have tested it because you are a subscriber. Okay, see, let me do this. I can take this out. We got that fixed. Let's I want to verify that I don't show up in my subscriber list, which like I say would make sense. Console, right line, and then we'll do subscription. User, not user ID, username. Yeah, okay. Okay. No, I do show up as... So that's interesting. I do show up in there, in that list. Well, there we go. Okay, well, we'll see what happens here. See, yeah, something... This user ID is not... as an affiliate, you automatically are subscribed to yourself. I don't pay for it. You automatically have a tier 3 subscription. It'd be kind of fun to subscribe to yourself to pay for it. Yeah, lose $2.50 every month. But no, Twitch does that automatically, which is, and it gives, like I said, it gives you the tier 3, which is that way you have access to like your own emotes and all that kind of stuff. All right, let's do this. It's also kind of weird. So something, these user IDs are not matching up. So that's, I am confused. Let's stop this. And instead of printing out, well, okay, let's do, let's see here. I want, where to go? Here we go. Let's do, we'll do subscription username, dash, or tab, subscription user ID. All right. Oh, close my ring. Go. So let's just take a look here. All right, so let's compare numbers here. So SCOD 14438. Hold on. It definitely looks the same. Okay. So we got, it's a much simpler problem. There's gonna be something that I'm gonna be like, oh, you stupid fool. If chat command, user permission. Oh, I know what the problem is.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Heather, thank you. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me. Yeah, the problem is it would help if right now this is set to moderator.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Oh wow. And rated by Kylo. Now that's always dangerous when you get rated. Hey, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for coming along. Yeah, I don't have a defend thing. Yeah, I'm not as cool as Kylo and can have my the whole bug thing. I love his bug thing though. It's awesome. Welcome everyone for joining us. Excuse me. Appreciate, TaleLearnCode, definitely appreciate it. For those follow along who doesn't know, who've been in my channel. Here we go. If I can type, definitely at some point check out TaleLearnCode. He actually has a very entertaining stream talking about Unity, right? So usually working on an extension, a Twitch extension, right? That does some really interesting stuff. So definitely check his channel out at some point. So for those coming into the stream, we're working on a Twitch bot, all right? And really the whole point of this is, well, the original point of this was, so I also do a Lego brick stream on a different channel. And there were some things that I want to do that you can't do in Stream Elements or Streamlabs and that type of stuff. And so I was like, well, I'll just write my own. And that really kind of started, I actually have that part working to an extent. I still want to do some other stuff with that. Oh, excuse me. But I'm doing awesome, and yet, so actually, technically, well, it is going to be for both, right? Because I ended up starting here. Let me just write something, this little piece, that handles some special commands. But then, basically, once we get to that point, once we get some of the basics done, I'm going to do some WebSockets to OBS stuff to we can do some other tricks with the cameras and that kind of stuff. So kind of pimp out my channel, right? All right, this is the second time tonight we've ran through my playlist of music. It must mean I've been streaming too long. There we go. Get some other music going there. See now, look, I'm now getting hosted by Scott. So I'm taking that means the Scott was hosting TaleLearnCode, which would make sense. So like I said, I want to do some, especially, it is a longer stream. I don't even know how long I've been going. Just shy of 6 hours. That's not horrible. We're, although sure enough, oh, you haven't hosted anyone in a while? I just made that assumption, right? That's actually something else I want to work on with this whole bot, is a hosting, something to manage my hosting. One of the things I don't like, is with the hosting is I can host, I can auto, for auto hosting, I can have it set up where, my followers, or what I do is actually a ranked list, right? Because like some of the people who I follow, I don't necessarily want to host them, and it's nothing against them. It's just, like for example, when I was looking here at my, my Twitch page, right? Where'd it go? Okay, come on. Here we go. Yeah, like when I was looking over here, and I was like, oh wow, Kaylee Grace is on there. Well, she's doing music, right? That's someone who I like to listen to when I'm, just working on some stuff. Does some really nice like trance music and that type of stuff. But that's not something I want to necessarily host, because if you come to TaleLearnCode, you're coming for coding, right? So you can do that kind of stuff, or you can host, your team, right? And I'm like, well, but if I want to highlight someone in particular, right? So that's something else I want to do with all this stuff that I'm working on. All right. So now that we fixed that permission issue, so now we should be able to see this. Make sure we put up. Oh, we do have a breakpoint. All right, Scott, can you? No, I can do it myself. I was gonna say, because that wasn't our problem. So now we're what did I call this? Test. I actually forgot what I called this command. Test the script. There we go. There we go. Now it's in there, and still returning false. User. Did I forget to save it? I have subscriber. Yeah, Kyle, that's actually something I've been thinking about for a long time. That's been one of the things that's bothered me about this. Why did it not pick up? I go retrieve it. Basically, it's still saying that the user permission is a moderator. But right, I mean, oh, hold on. Moderator. You know what would help? It would help if I update the right record. Subscribe. All right. All right, Scott, can you do it for me one more time? All right, now user permission is subscriber, and that is a subscriber, and there we go. It's not going to actually do anything. Yeah, this error is because I didn't actually pass it. Ooh, that brings up that's a good thing to note. So here it's expecting an argument. There is no argument, so it aired off. Obviously, we don't want it to actually air off. But I tell you what, I mean, sure enough, it is quickly going up to 2 a.m. my time. I have to be somewhere in 8 hours. That's 80 miles away. So let's do. Did I stop this? Yeah, I did. So that's so we've got this working. I'm gonna go ahead and put a to do in here. Handle no arguments coming in, and luckily that's very easy to test for. All right, everyone. Boo other places. Well. McNurse, I really appreciate that you say that. But with that being said, how many windows have I opened? At some point, I do have to get some sleep. Like I said, it wouldn't be so bad if I was just sticking around the house, right, tomorrow morning. If I had to get up and do something around the house, but I gotta. Or even drive to the other side of town. I have to drive to the other side of the state. Not really the other side of the state. So I think what we'll do is, let's go to Honest Dan's games. I mean, he's doing his charity stream, so that'd be good to go over there. Everyone who came in tonight, I really appreciate it. I hope you got something out of this. I definitely did. I really, I appreciate everyone joining. I talk about this, how awesome it is to have folks watching along as you're coding. It really helps you. It really helps you think through your code, and like I said, I think I've become a better coder doing that. So with that, like I say, definitely stick around at least for a moment for Honest Dan, and I hope you all have an awesome evening or morning.
Yeah.